Morning, everybody. That sound right? Good morning. Okay, I'd like to call to order the April 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we please get a roll call?
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
Please stand and join me in. Ready? Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from March 19th, 2024 regular meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We also have to approve the minutes from the March 19th, 2024 workshop. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved?
Second.
Moved by Hartman, seconded by Nelson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. Now, on the agenda is the county executive report.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lavanino and board members. I have two announcements this morning. One is I'm pleased to share that 4 county departments in partnership with Allen Hancock and Santa Barbara City College will be hosting family engagement resource fairs in the month of April. If you could put the slide up, Jackie. These fairs are free family-focused events intended to connect families to county department and nonprofit resources in our area. So thank you to county probation, public health, social services, and behavioral wellness for leading the planning for these events. Details about the fairs can be found on our website at countyofsb.org. The second announcement is the Department of Behavioral Wellness was recently recognized at the annual American Advertising Awards, or the ADDie Awards, with its media partner Consortium Medium for its OK SBC campaign, which is an educational outreach effort targeting prevention of substance use in youth and young adults. Special kudos to Katrina Zamora, Prevention Services Manager for Be Well's Alcohol and Drug Programs Branch, for her work with the Future Leaders of America in Santa Maria and their collective creativity in working to bring this campaign forward. So thank you again, and congratulations to Be Well. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to the agenda on Friday, March 29th, adding administrative item number 57 to the agenda. Administrative item number 57 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding authorization of funding from the 3rd District 990 Fund balance of $20,000 for a joint grant management agreement between the Santa Ynez Band of Mission Indians, the County of Santa Barbara, City of Solvang, and City of Buellton for a joint submission for the Caltrans Active Transportation Program, ATP, Cycle 7 Infrastructure Grant for the Santa Ynez Valley Regional Connector Transportation Project. This addendum was posted online and made available to the board and the public. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. This is a question for County Council. It deals with, on our agenda, it says 15 minutes maximum for public comment. And we don't generally acknowledge that or recognize that or adhere to that. So I just wonder if you could expand.
Members of the board, Supervisor Hartman, that has been on the agenda for a long time, and I'm happy to take a look at it just to see if there's any update on that. In the past, our procedural rules say that it's in the chair's discretion to set the amount of time for each public speaker. So let me just check on that, and I can get back to you before the general.
Yeah,
public
would you
comment.
report back at our next meeting? Thank you.
All right, next item of business is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, item A38, please.
A38. A44 from Supervisor Hartman. Ms. Camps, do you have 25?
Yes, 825.
A25. And, okay. A49 from staff, okay. And then any from the public?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have requests from the public on administrative item number 26 and administrative item number 44.
26 and 44, okay. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you have 49 down
I have
there?
49 pulled.
Okay.
Yep. Now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for items 25, 26, 38, 44, and 49.
So moved?
Moved. Supervisor Hartman,
Second.
second by Supervisor Nelson. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we'll now move to our resolutions. We have one or two today. We have a full house. It's always a good time of the day. Let's move to item number 1. Oh,
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Levanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Jose Ruiz of the Public Health Department as the April 2024 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Jose Ruiz and Dr. Hamami. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Jose Ruiz has been with the Public Health Department, PhD, for more than 30 years, where he practices the county values of equity and inclusion and customer focus, delivering exceptional services to all so they can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life. And whereas most of Jose's time serving is in the Health Care for the Homeless, HCH program, as a health services aide, where he ensures that thousands of people experiencing homelessness in Santa Maria and Lompoc are receiving dignified, life-enhancing care and services. And whereas Jose demonstrates an incredible level of compassion and dedication to support the unsheltered population by assisting with intake, registration, depression, and substance use screening, social needs, and a number of other duties. And whereas Jose participates in a number of care management efforts as a team member in PhD's street medicine and outreach program that addresses clients' health statuses and needs and assists other health professionals with developing, updating, and implementing service plans. And whereas Jose judiciously informs his client about other county services and related community resources, provides information on healthcare, explains the need for and value of continuing care, and arranges for it when possible. And whereas Jose Ruiz never passes judgment, is always encouraging in his support of clients on their wellness journey, is thoughtful, kind, and respectful, and has a tremendous sense of humor. And as an outreach team member, public health nurse says, he is a perfect colleague. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved on behalf of all Public Health Department employees that work each day toward the department's mission and vision, we honor Jose Ruiz as Santa Barbara County's Employee of the Month for April 2024, passed and adopted today.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody. It was probably 3 months into my role as director when I met Jose, and this is where I decided to join our street medicine and outreach program in Lompoc. And we parked somewhere near the airport where Jose led us under the bridge and through bushes, and we came to an area where it seemed nobody lives there, but Jose stood in the middle and said, "Outreach, public health," and people started coming out. Jose knew everybody. Everybody knew Jose. He knew them by name. He was respectful. He was passionate. He was friendly, but yet assertive. He knew when to instruct them to go to see a doctor. He knew exactly what they needed. He was handing them everything from aloe cream for poison ivy all the way to fentanyl kits. I'm so proud of our street medicine program, but I'm even prouder that Jose is part of that team, and he is providing all the care that we need to that very much vulnerable population. I am so honored to introduce Jose to you.
Wow, this is incredible. I never expected it. I never dreamed of it. When I first heard about it, I was like, why me? And then I realized that it's just not about me, it's about all of us, everyone, even from the person that's in the clinic just waiting for that patient to show up. A lot of times when they go in there, if the right person, sometimes people are like just reaching out and they are afraid of how they're going to be received. And I'm happy to say that in Lompoc and in Santa Maria and in Santa Barbara, and I've seen it, in all of our clinics, they're warmly received. And we don't turn anyone away. We will listen to them, we will work with them. And even if they're assigned to a different clinic for some reason, we will work if they want to stay with us. And when we see them on the street, we will talk to them, we will engage with them. And hopefully, as we break the barriers, they will make those changes that will lead them into positive situations. And I've run into that in my 30 plus years, where I've seen positive things happen when you least expected it. I've seen people that have gone from the street, drunk, completely out of it, to where now they're volunteers for different organizations in our community. And I encourage that from them. And I tell them, that they need to talk about that experience because they are that beacon of light, that beacon of hope that will allow others to know that there is a positive thing that can come out, just by sharing their story, opening up, and willing to let others help them along their journey, because we are in a journey. So thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
What a great way to get the meeting started. So thank you for those encouraging words. Director Hamami, that was a heck of a choice. Great job. Thank you. That takes us to administrative item number 3.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Wendy Mota upon her retirement after over 34 years of remarkable public service and selfless contributions to the well-being of our community. And joining us here in person today, we have Wendy Mota. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Wendy Mota was born in Santa Barbara, the youngest child of Marie and Harold Hayter, attended local public schools, including San Marcos High School, from which she graduated in 1977, and she went on to earn an associate in arts degree in business management from Santa Barbara City College in 1981, and attended the University of California, Los Angeles, and Santa Barbara. And whereas Wendy began her public service career in 1990, working as the administrative secretary to Santa Barbara County Deputy Administrator Jim Laponis, and later that year as the administrative secretary for the Honorable Gloria Ochoa, First District Supervisor of Santa Barbara County, and Mr. Eduardo Hernandez, the supervisor's administrative assistant. And whereas Wendy's journey in public service spans decades, including most recently serving in the office of Congressman Salud Carbajal and in the offices of Congresswoman Lois Capps and State Senator Jack O'Connell. And whereas Wendy has demonstrated an exceptional ability to address the diverse needs of constituents, tackling crucial issues ranging from agriculture and veterans affairs to infrastructure and environmental stewardship. And whereas one of Wendy's most remarkable contributions has been her dedicated work in responding to natural disasters and emergencies. Her leadership during those challenging times provided solace and support to our community, showcasing her resilience and dedication to the well-being of the people she served. And whereas Wendy's proactive approach and swift response in time of crisis set a standard of excellence for public service. And whereas Wendy is the epitome of a devoted family member, married to Silvio Mota, she has been a loving partner and a source of strength for her family. Wendy and Silvio have been blessed with 2 wonderful children, Caio and Karina, who undoubtedly have been inspired by their mother's commitment to public service. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors acknowledges Wendy's selfless contributions to the well-being of our community and expresses our deepest appreciation for her years of dedicated service. May her retirement be filled with the same warmth and kindness she has bestowed upon us throughout her illustrious career. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Let me turn this on. Is it on? Okay. I just wanted to say that it has been my honor to serve the residents of Santa Barbara County from the first constituent service I did in 1990, assisting an avocado grower in collaboration with the planning department to get a wind machine after the Black Frost, to the 2015 Plains All-American Pipeline rupture, to the 2018 Montecito debris flow, and atmospheric storms. Nothing could be more fulfilling for my life to do this service. Thank you all for acknowledging my efforts.
Wendy, you are the epitome of a public servant. We really appreciate how responsive you have been. Well, now that Scott left, there's not a lot, right? There's not a lot left. So we just really appreciate, you've been just that conduit between the state, the feds, and us. And we always knew that you would be on the other end of the phone. Personally, it always gave me a sense of calm when I knew you were working an issue, because I knew it was going to get done. So thank you. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in here on behalf of my mom who's watching. Wendy does her job with such skill, but also such warmth. And you've become part of our extended family and such a friend to my mom. And thank you for your service.
Supervisor Williams.
And, in addition to just a fondness, because you've seen the political wars over the decades and been a part of them and done a good job in making things better through them. That fondness was transformed to adoration during the debris flow when I saw what an incredible job that Salud Carbajal, largely because of great staff work, was able to do to help residents and to help the county help residents. And we really appreciate that work that Salud and you did, and I will never forget it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Unsung hero is really the term that would go with Wendy. A lot of us, people see us up here on the dais or somebody speaking on the House floor and think that those are the people who are really running things. They're really not. It's really the staff that's behind us that really makes the engine go. I think Wendy is personally responsible for bringing millions of our own taxpayer dollars back to our district, as well as being the face of federal government, at least for the last decade or so, to my constituents. And so on behalf of my people I represent, thank you, Wendy.
Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to say I think Congressman Carbajal gets a lot of credit for Wendy's work. I'll say it publicly. Just a can-do spirit and always with a smile. And whatever complex bureaucratic maze you have to run through, you run it down and you get us the person to reach out to deal with our problems. So it's, I don't know exactly how we're going to make it without you, but we're sure going to miss you.
Well, congratulations, well-deserved, and I don't know who we're going to be calling anymore, so we'll figure it out. Thanks, Wendy. That takes us to administrative item number 4.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Marla Arnaldi upon her retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 31 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Marla Arnaldi and Sheriff Bill Brown. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Marla Arnaldi will be retiring from county service on Sunday, March 31st, 2024, having faithfully served the county of Santa Barbara for over 31 years. And whereas Marla started her career with Santa Barbara County on January 19th, 1993, with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. In 1996, she transferred to the Sheriff's Office, where she worked in the business office as an account clerk. Marla promoted to Human Resource Technician Admin Services within the Human Resources Bureau in 2003 and was later reclassified to Administrative Office Professional Senior. And whereas Marla, throughout her career, provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office with a positive attitude, helpfulness, and professionalism, allowing her to be a primary resource to all employees that interacted with her. And whereas Marla was awarded the Sheriff's Office Civilian of the Quarter in 2007 and 2009, the Sheriff's Unit Citation Award in 2017 for the Human Resources Bureau, and participated as a judge for the Red Ribbon Fighting Back poster. And whereas Marla is strongly dedicated to law enforcement, supporting her family who all serve in a sworn capacity for the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Marla will be greatly missed as she serves as the team mom for the Human Resources Bureau, never forgetting birthdays, graduations, special occasions for staff, and always bringing in goodies for everyone to enjoy. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Marla Arnaldi for her faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates her upon her retirement, and wishes her and her husband, Butch Arnaldi, continued good health and many years of happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, it's a pleasure for me to be here today to say farewell on behalf of the department and all of you to say on behalf of the county to, we're going to have 3 two-legged and 1 four-legged employee retiring this morning and getting acknowledged. We would have had 4. Unfortunately, one of them has come down with an illness, maybe a bad breakfast sandwich or something this morning, but we're going to acknowledge him at a future time. But Marla is an incredible employee for a variety of reasons. Not only has she worked for our organization for more than 30 years, she has brought her entire family with her. She is a part of the Arnaldi dynasty, as we call it. Her husband, Butch Hugo Arnaldi, is a lieutenant with our organization. Her son, Giuseppe, is a custody deputy, and her daughter, Francesca, who's here with us today as well as Butch, is a sheriff's deputy with our agency. So when this family gets committed to the sheriff's office, they really get committed to the sheriff's office. And I saw Marla on her last day at work on Friday and realized that it was the last time that we were going to have the entire Arnaldi family at work, you know, on a single day working for the sheriff's office. So she has done an amazing, as you heard in the accolade, an amazing job, and she is one of those people that just fills a position that is so important to our organization in human resources. And she has, she's really part of that organization that is the glue that holds the sheriff's office together, the support staff who are the unsung heroes and heroines many times in terms of what they do. She has been a stalwart member of our organization, and we are just delighted that she is now going to bear the fruit of her rewards for all of her hard work at the organization. So congratulations, Marla. We're proud of you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this resolution, and we truly are a family of the Sheriff's Department. Butch is a lieutenant in Carpinteria. Giuseppe, my son, is a custody deputy. He just finished a shift, so he was unable to make it today. Francesca, she's also a deputy, and her husband, Dustin, is also a deputy with the Sheriff's Department. Starting in the Treasurer Tax Collectors, learning about the county government, and then transferring to the Sheriff's Department in the business office and then HR. I've just enjoyed it so much. There's been so many employees and people that I've met, and I've just really enjoyed helping them. And I'm going to miss everyone, definitely. I just want to thank my family, and it was an honor to work for the County of Santa Barbara. Thank you again.
Hold on. Thank you so much to your entire family. We only need 4 more Arnaldi families, and we'll fill all of your vacancies, Sheriff. That'd be great. Okay, our next resolution to be presented is administrative item number 6.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Karen Ann Kozak upon her retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 29 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Karen Ann Kozak and Sheriff Bill Brown. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Karen Kozak will be retiring from county service on Friday, March 29th, 2024, having faithfully served the county of Santa Barbara for over 29 years. And whereas Karen started her career with Santa Barbara County on April 24th, 1995, with the Sheriff's Office as an extra help dispatcher. In 1996, she became a full-time employee assigned to support services as a clerk 2 at the Sheriff's headquarters, and was later reclassified to administrative office professional. And whereas Karen graduated from the Sheriff's Explorer Academy in 1979 and served as a reserve sheriff's deputy from 1980 to 1985, and throughout her career provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office with a positive attitude and professionalism, assisting the public and the staff at the Sheriff's Office headquarters campus. And whereas Karen was awarded the Sheriff's Office Civilian of the Fourth Quarter for 2003 and the Santa Barbara County Employee of the Month in 2013. And whereas Karen Kozak has provided excellent law enforcement support service to the Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And whereas Karen's knowledge, skill, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Karen Kozak for her faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates her upon her retirement, and wishes her continued good health and many years of happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, Karen is an extraordinary employee. She began her career with the Sheriff's Office working as an explorer, as you heard, at the tender age of 16 or 17 years old. I'm not quite sure which it was. Actually, it was probably 12 when I tell you all these other things that she's done. She was a reserve sheriff's deputy from 1980 to 85, and she ended up being hired as for the first time full-time as a dispatcher with our organization. She didn't really like dispatching all that much. It was back in those days, dispatchers were still smoking in the room, and she didn't smoke, so she wanted to get away from that. And so in those days, the front desk of the Sheriff's Office was staffed by dispatchers. And so Karen found that she liked working there because she didn't have the smoke. She'd get to meet all these interesting people that came in and out of the organization. And so she ended up, for the next 28 years, stayed at the front desk. And she is what I call the guardian of the gate. She's the voice of the Sheriff's Office because she's the one that would answer the non-emergency line when everyone would call during the daytime. And she just did an incredible job. Her personnel file is full of commendations that talk about her compassion, her caring for others, her friendliness. She has always gone the extra mile to try to help people, no matter what their issue or their problem is. And she has been an incredibly dedicated support staff member in the organization. We are going to miss her greatly, but we wish her well. She was actually, her mother was Swiss, and she has family in Switzerland, so she'll get to travel more to Switzerland now to see her relatives. And we wish her well and thank her for an incredible job. Well done. Great job, Karen.
Well, I don't know what to say after that. Basically, not many people can say they look forward to going to work because they have a compassion. And my compassion is having the privilege to deal with the public in any which way or form, whether it's on their phone, whether they walk in person, or whether good or bad, they deserve assistance in every which way they possibly can. And so I enjoy basically making sure that if I'm the first contact, how to go to the next step. And if I don't know, I find out. So then I get the appreciation from people, and that's what makes me want to get up and go to work again. No days alike. Every day I meet people from different places. All I can say is this was my niche that I needed in life. I've had other jobs, but nothing like this compares. And then, of course, the teamwork, I mean, the support. I could thank everybody, because in one way or another, they have assisted me, and likewise, I've had to have their assistance, or have them assist, I have to assist them. So, other than being nervous up here, I just want to say thank you to the community. Thank you for everybody and at the community making me feel worthwhile that I've helped them to get from one point to another. And thank you for staff and the people I work with. I really mean it. It's such a diverse department with personalities and their interests, and it's just a privilege to work with them. I've never had teamwork like that. And again, it's a privilege for me to work with the community because of the rewards I personally get back from assisting them. That's it. And thank you. Thank you.
Takes us to administrative item number 7.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sergeant William Hennebree upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 21 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Sergeant William Hennebree and Sheriff Bill Brown. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas William Hennebree will be retiring from county service on Sunday, March 31st, 2024, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 21 years, during which he served as a Sheriff's Deputy, Property Crimes Detective, Cold Case Detective, and Sheriff's Sergeant. And whereas William started his career with Santa Barbara County on October 28, 2002, as a Sheriff's Deputy in South County Operations. In 2004, he was promoted to Sheriff's Detective and assigned to the Property Crimes Unit and later the Cold Case Unit. With continued dedication and hard work, he was promoted to Sheriff's Sergeant in 2008. During his 21 years of service, he has worked in various capacities, which included Patrol, Field Training Office Program, Goleta Traffic Bureau, Criminal Investigation Bureau, Sheriff's Mounted Unit, Judicial Services Bureau, and Administrative Investigation Team. And whereas William, throughout his career, provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office with positive leadership and professionalism, allowing him to rise steadily through the organization, attaining the rank of Sergeant. And whereas William provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County with extraordinary professionalism and sensitive law enforcement service while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas William's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office and the county's objectives. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends William Hennebree for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife, Catherine, continued good health and many years of happiness, passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, if you look up the word dedicated in the Webster Merriam Dictionary, you should see a picture of this guy right here. He is an extraordinary example of a selfless public servant, someone who has dedicated his life to the protection and service of other people. Not mentioned in the resolution that you just heard was the fact that before he came to us 21 years ago, Bill Hennebree had done a 27-year career with the Los Angeles Police Department. So he has a total of 48 years of service in uniform, and is one of those guys who is kind of, he was almost scratching and clawing that he had to leave the organization. This last weekend, which was his last weekend, Bill volunteered to take on double shifts so that he could have the opportunity to work with as many of his colleagues as possible before his retirement date. And on Sunday, he was, the day before his retirement, a few hours before his retirement, he was actually in uniform out working on the streets. So he is an extraordinary man. He is a incredibly dedicated person who has overcome some some personal health challenges. I got into more detail at his retirement, but I think I was violating HIPAA laws by saying what had happened. But suffice it to say that he had a very serious medical issue. And not only did he overcome that, but he fought to come back to work as a sheriff supervisor. And he is just somebody that's incredibly dedicated. I can't tell you how much I respect this man and the others respect him in our organization. He is an extraordinary law enforcement officer, and he has done a wonderful job. So, Bill, congratulations on a career to be proud of, and best wishes to you in a very long, healthy, and happy retirement. Congratulations.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. It's been a fun and great career. I was born and raised in this county, and I take it very serious of putting my best foot forward and doing the best I can at the jobs that I do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, let's move to administrative item number 8.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sheriff's K-9 Odin upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 8 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have K-9 Odin and Odin's handler, Sheriff's Deputy Philip Farley. If you could join us at the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Sheriff's K-9 Odin will be retiring from county service on April 2nd, 2024, having provided the Sheriff's Office and communities of Santa Barbara County with unwavering dedication and loyalty for over 8 years. And whereas K-9 Odin immigrated from Germany in 2016 to join the Sheriff's Office, completed California POST training and evaluations with distinction, showcasing proficiency in obedience, search, handler protection, apprehension, and explosive detention, totaling over 1,800 hours of subsequent training. And whereas K-9 Odin has been utilized for evidence searches, lost or missing person searches, deputy protection during major disturbances, as well as hundreds of property and building searches, and in 2020 assisted in the apprehension of 22 suspects who attempted to smuggle over 5,300 pounds of dried marijuana and 40 gallons of marijuana crude oil from a panga boat in Santa Barbara County. And whereas K-9 Odin has been deployed over 300 times throughout his career, resulting in over 100 arrests, including 18 physical apprehensions of violent felons, burglars, arsonists, narcotic users, and attempted jail escapes. And whereas K-9 Odin, throughout his illustrious 51 dog years of service, provided the men and women of the Sheriff's Office protection and companionship, participated in numerous exhibitions for thousands of people, including civic groups and clubs, private organizations, youth groups, and more than 50 schools, and was an ambassador to the communities of Santa Barbara County, becoming known as the People's Dog. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Sheriff's Law Enforcement K-9 Odin, thanks him and his handler, Deputy Farley, for outstanding performance to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and the Farley family continued good health and many years of happiness and tail wags. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, there's a reason that they put the animal acts at the back of the show and not in the front. Odin is an extraordinary canine, and just to correct the record, he has been 8 years at 7 times. That's 57 human years that he's put in terms of service. Pretty extraordinary. He's got a pretty extraordinary handler as well, and a canine is only as good as his handler and vice versa. And this team, the team of Deputy Farley and Canine Odin, has been at the top of the sheet the entire time that they've been working. He is an exceptional resource. He has been to our agency. He's served the communities with loyalty and distinction in our county. This dog has over 1,800 hours of training, over 300 deployments, over 112 successful trackings and locations of persons. He's recovered and searched for and recovered 5 firearms. He, as career highlights, 2 of them that come to mind that are extraordinary. One was on the Gaviota coast. We had information about a Ponga boat that was landing with a huge shipment of methamphetamine that was being smuggled into our community. As a result of him and his handlers' work, along with other sheriff's deputies that were lying in wait for this boat when it came in, not only did the boat and the crew and all of the drugs get seized and apprehended, but all of the takeoff team, all the people that were there to take the drugs away and to take them into our community were apprehended as well. 33 people total. And he has, 22 people total. That seizure, by the way, was 3,100 pounds of methamphetamine. It was the largest drug seizure in the history of our county. It's the second largest drug seizure of methamphetamine in the history of the United States. So it was an amazing accomplishment. Another great incident that came to mind was the attempted escape of an inmate from the jail who got out of the perimeter of the jail. Deputy Farley was Johnny on the spot with his dog and saw this inmate running up the hill. He set his dog after him. The inmate saw the dog coming up the hill, and he decided he was going to lay down and surrender. Took Phil a little bit longer to get up the hill than it took Odin, and he ended up getting up there, but the inmate looked and saw that Phil was lagging back a little bit, so he decided he was going to take off, and he ran down the hill, kind of diagonally down. This dog was like a heat-seeking missile going after that inmate that was fleeing. He ended up literally doing a mid-air sort of tackle and hit the inmate, knocked him down. However, the momentum, his forward motion was such that Odin ended up doing these just rolling like somersaults down the hill, and he went off of a 10-foot retaining wall and dropped onto asphalt from 10 feet. The suspect weaved his way around, got into a parking lot that this wall was a part of, and this dog literally stood up, shook it off, and took off again after that suspect, and apprehended the suspect and held him until the cavalry arrived. So a great job by both of these extraordinary team members. And Odin is retiring now, but he's still a very healthy-looking dog, and so hopefully will be still a wonderful companion for Phil and for his wife Sue, who is our dispatch manager in the organization as well. And somebody asked me, does he get to keep the dog? He had to pay for the dog. He had to buy the dog for $1 from the county. So he has done that, and this dog is officially now retired, and we entrust him to your care, and we thank you, Phil, for the great job you've done handling this dog.
Thank you. It's a little bit harder than I thought it would be. Being his handler for the past 8 years, it was a rewarding position for me, and it was an honor. Odin, if he could speak, would tell you he loved every minute of the job. He loved waking up in the morning knowing we were going to work. Every Thursday, he knew when it was a training day, and he'd wake up with excitement. He would spin in his kennel, knowing that he'd get to go train. I just want to thank the department for allowing me the opportunity to be a handler. I'd like to thank my my canine unit, they're represented back there. They put as much effort into this dog as I did, and they've shared their successes and their failures with me to help me become a better handler, so I thank them. And lastly, I'd like to thank my wife, Susan, and my kids. They sacrificed a lot of their personal time to allow me to be a handler for the department. What that consisted of is many call-outs in the middle of the night, leaving them going to these calls to apprehend these bad guys, chasing the most violent felons around the county, volunteering myself to work when the department was short-staffed, sacrificing holidays and birthdays. It was their support that allowed me to be successful in this position, and I thank them for the support. Thank you.
Great job. Well, and as your representative on the retirement board, I will be pushing for his full 56 dog years to be counted. We're going to go to item number 9, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Lori Baker upon her retirement from the Community Services Department after over 34 years of faithful and distinguished public service to the local community, 11 of those working for Santa Barbara County. And joining us here in person today, we have Lori Baker. If you can please join us at the podium. And Department Director Jesus Armas. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Lori Baker is retiring from the Housing and Community Development Division of the Community Services Department after over 34 years of faithful and dedicated and distinguished public service to the local community, 11 of those working directly for the County of Santa Barbara. And whereas in Lori's tenure, she administered over $94 million in federal, state, and local funds and facilitated countywide and municipal coalition building in order to better serve our most vulnerable residents. And whereas Lori's expertise and guidance to internal and external county partners were instrumental in the development of 772 housing units financed with $22 million in local, state, and federal funds to serve farm workers, seniors, homeless persons, victims of domestic violence, persons with disabilities, and low-income families. And whereas Lori has consistently provided leadership, guidance, and technical, regulatory, and administrative assistance to county partner cities under the CDBG Urban County Home Consortium and Permanent Local Housing Allocation Consortium, ensuring the fulfillment of community needs and maintaining responsible stewardship of collective resources. And whereas amidst the uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic, Lori's leadership guided the county to provide assistance to 4,872 households through emergency rent assistance programs, addressing emergency rent, utility arrears, and housing navigation services, along with assisting 51 local businesses. And whereas, as Housing and Programs Manager of the division, Lori has demonstrated a deep commitment to the development of her staff, serving as an exceptional mentor. Her generous sharing of extensive knowledge in housing program practices and regulations acquired over her career has been instrumental in empowering her staff. And whereas Lori embodies the principle of service above self and has consistently prioritized the well-being of the community. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and thanks Lori Baker for her years of dedicated service to the residents of Santa Barbara County and congratulates her upon her retirement. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, over 3 decades of public service and over a decade of service to this county, Lori epitomizes what dedication to public service represents. She's taken it upon herself to make her commitment to serving the needs of our community a priority. A challenging one when she focused on affordable housing. We know how difficult that is, not only in our state, but more specifically in our own area. That has not been an impediment to her. It has been a challenge, and she's agreeably taken that on. She's made a remarkable impact on many, many people in our community. For those that were without homes, she was able to really navigate a very complex process of financial support for the development and construction of affordable housing. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of patience, and it takes the development of expertise and knowledge over many years to achieve that outcome. So on behalf of our department, we want to thank her for her remarkable service and wish her well in her retirement. Lori? And
I will say that Odin's a hard act to follow. It has been an absolute honor to work for this beautiful county in the Housing and Community Development Division of the Community Services Department. I've enjoyed working with your board and assisting you in making informed decisions. I've also enjoyed working with your staff, the CEO's office, and all of the staff of the Community Services Department in collaborative efforts to ensure that accurate information is gathered and shared. The housing team is a small but mighty team. And if my staff members are here, I'd like them to stand or raise a hand. Carlos Jimenez reviews the complicated financing structure of multifamily housing and recommends county funds to fill funding gaps to create affordable units. He also oversees federal and state disaster recovery programs. James Francis oversees grants made to county and nonprofit capital projects to improve facilities and infrastructure that serve low-income persons. He ensures that environmental reviews are completed for each HUD-funded project and has taken the lead on completing reports to HUD. Andrew Kish oversees the county's inclusionary housing program and ensures that developers provide required affordable rental and homeownership housing within their developments. He also is the county's liaison with the state on the permanent local housing allocation program and ensures that the county receives its allocated funds. Marjorie Cawthor works with the Human Services Commission and manages the general fund and CDBG-funded public services grants that serve seniors, homeless, youth, and families, and ensures that grantees are meeting their stated goals. Roberto Bajorquez conducts annual monitoring of rental properties to ensure that low-income families are housed and that the rents charged are within regulatory limits. He also oversees tenant-based rental assistance contracts with the cities of Lompoc and Santa Maria. Phew. Those are just samples of what those folks do. And I feel truly honored to have had the opportunity to lead this talented team. Over the next year, staff will bring you a workforce housing study, the renewal of the 5-year consolidated plan and fair housing study, and the renewal of the partnership agreements with our cities with the CDBG and home consortia. When I arrived in Santa Barbara 11 years ago, I immediately felt at home after spending 48 years in Colorado, where I raised my 2 children. You see, I was born in California. I always felt like a California girl, and still have family in Orange, San Luis Obispo, San Jose, and Nevada City. Thank you for the recognition of my retirement. I'm truly honored and will miss you all. Thank you.
Administrative item number 10.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2024 as the month of the young child in Santa Barbara County. And joining us here in person today, we have Christian Patterson and Jackie Banta. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas we recognize that early care and education plays an essential role in our community, and whereas early care and education professionals are invested in being responsive to the child care needs of families as evidenced by their collaborations and professional development, and whereas children's cognitive, physical, social, and emotional development, as well as language and literacy skills, are built on a foundation of children's positive interactions with adults, peers, and their environment, and whereas Collaborations amongst various agencies across Santa Barbara County intend to support early education professionals who are essential to providing quality care and education to the youngest children of our county. And whereas focused efforts to expand access for infants and toddlers have actively taken place with Children's Resource and Referral, Unify, First 5 Santa Barbara County Child Care Planning Council, Santa Barbara County Education Office, Santa Barbara Foundation, and the United Way. And whereas participation in stable, high-quality early care and education and school-age care makes working families more economically secure and prepares children to succeed in school and live healthier lives. And whereas it is documented that the entire community garners social and economic benefits when high-quality early care and education programs are available and affordable, thereby serving more children and families of Santa Barbara County. And whereas Month of the Young Child calls on all the various sectors of our community, government, business, nonprofit organizations, foundations, elementary through high school education systems, higher education, tribal partners, and the media, to recognize the early care and education programs and professionals who are doing quality work for our young children and their families. And whereas we celebrate and commemorate the month of the young child so that we may continue to shine a light of recognition upon the essential nature of the early child care and education professionals, with the Santa Barbara County Child Care Planning Council, First 5 Santa Barbara County, Children's Resource and Referral, Santa Barbara County Child Abuse Prevention Council, the Santa Barbara County Network of Family Resource Centers, and others. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2024 as Month of the Young Child, and does hereby recognize and celebrate the complex, valuable, essential, and demanding work of early care and education and school-age care professionals, passed and adopted today.
Month of the Young Child was created with the goal of drawing public attention to the needs of young children and their families. Month of the Young Child aims to express appreciation for the early childhood professionals who nurture children's growth and development every day. It is also an opportunity to consider how we might better support these professionals in their mission to provide developmentally appropriate, high-quality early learning experiences. High-quality early care and education programs have been extensively studied over time, and the results consistently show positive outcomes for the children. These outcomes include better school performance, reduced reliance on special education, higher high school graduation rates, lower crime rates, and increased earnings in adulthood. It is important to note that these benefits are even more pronounced for children in low-income families. This special month reminds us that the foundation for a child's future success is built in the earliest years. When we invest in early childhood, we invest in our community's well-beings for generations to come.
Month of the Young Child calls on all of us to come together and reaffirm our shared commitment to our youngest citizens, like me. Thank you.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of touring the Children's Resource Referral Center. I was shocked. Like, that is such a cool place to go to. The culture, everybody's so vibrant. I'm so happy to be there. And I couldn't even imagine as going in as a parent under the stressful feeling of where you're going to place your child. It's so great to have a resource like that, and it was a pleasure. I know we're all going through there, so thanks for all you do. Okay, that takes us to which item? You tell me. How about 11? We've only got 2 left.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 11 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming April 2024 as Donate Life Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us here in person today, we have Scott Burns. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and more than 110,000 individuals nationwide, and more than 23,000 in California, are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 22 people die each day while waiting. And whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, and a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives in American communities. And whereas donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. An organ donor saved more than 46,000 lives last year, the most ever, and any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. And whereas being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donevida.org. Or California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. And whereas California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2024 as Donate Life Month in Santa Barbara County. We encourage all county residents to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you for the proclamation. It'll be at the Donate Life Run Walk later this month down in Los Angeles, being shown with others. Then it'll probably go to the DMV in Goleta, where it'll be for the year. It's very nice. As mentioned, my name's Scott Burns. Memorial Day weekend 2015, some of you guys have heard this before. I'm sitting on a sailboat on Santa Cruz Island. The Harbor Patrol comes up behind me and goes, "Mr. Burns, we have a kidney for you." I had kidney failure 2012. I had kidney failure and I was just having fun in the afternoon, not expecting someone would come get me, because normally it takes about 7 years, 8 years to get a kidney transplant. About 20,000 people in California are on the waiting list for a kidney, so it takes a long time. But anyway, I get on the Harbor Patrol boat. They bring me back to Santa Barbara. Go home, I take a long shower because I've been into a lot of hospitals and I know you don't get a good shower in a hospital. The next morning, I have a fully functioning kidney that is still working 9 years later. That's only part of the story. The other part is Vivian Boutel, a nurse at Cottage Hospital, had collapsed in her gym. They thought it was a stroke. It turned out to be a brain aneurysm, so she was basically brain dead. Her family decided to donate organs. Through a connection with my wife and one of her friends, they ended up donating it to me. Here's a picture of Vivian at last year's Run Walk. Very nice, just when she was about 40 years old. I do what I can to honor Vivian. I've been doing this for about 10 years. Last year, Vivian was honored by the Donate Life people at the Rose Bowl Parade as having her picture in the Donate Life float. It was called a florograph because it was all done in flowers. One of the things is Donate Life works with hospitals, and hospitals do their very best to keep people alive, but if they can't, they do their best with Donate Life to help other people. Because I've ended up with my kidney, 5 other people ended up with her other kidney, liver, lungs, and heart. So we've got a lot of people, actually 4 other people, a total of 5 of us. So my numbers are not as good as they should be. But anyway, a couple of other small items to let you know. Donate Life One Legacy in Carpinteria will be opening an office in Carpinteria middle of probably the early summer, because it'll help them work better with the people in our community and also Santa Maria and such. So we're doing that. The last thing, about a month ago, a guy ended up with a kidney out of a pig. So that's beginning, some new things are beginning to happen, but it'll take a long time before that really cuts down the waiting list that we have. But that is moving forward. The last thing is about 96% of the people that took the last study that said they want to donate their organs, but only 56% have actually registered. So one of the things that is happening is in California last year, Assembly Bill 1268 was passed so that next year, every year when you do your California tax return, you will be asked the same question: would you like to donate your organs? So things are moving forward. I appreciate this proclamation. Thank you again. If you have any questions, I'm around. Thank you.
All right, that takes us to our final resolution, which is number 13. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 13 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2024 as tax season and acknowledging the invaluable contributions of volunteer income tax preparers in our communities. And joining us here in person today, we have Francis Contreras from the United Way of Santa Barbara County and Mariluz Meza from Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Preparers, VITA. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas volunteer income tax assistance preparers, VITA, play a crucial role in assisting low-income individuals and families with tax preparation. And whereas United Way of Santa Barbara County, VITA, program volunteers and partners provide essential services in ensuring that taxpayers, particularly those who make $67,000 or less a year, understand tax laws and are able to fulfill their tax obligations accurately and efficiently. And whereas the VITA program generates substantial community impact, filing an average of 2,000 returns each year, which return an average of over $2 million back to the local community. And whereas VITA volunteers contribute significantly to promoting financial literacy and empowerment within communities by educating taxpayers about tax laws, deductions, and credits. And whereas VITA volunteers foster a sense of community engagement and solidarity by volunteering their time and expertise to support fellow citizens in navigating the complexities of the tax system. And whereas VITA volunteers serve as valuable advocates for vulnerable populations, ensuring equitable access to tax assistance and advocating for policies that promote economic justice and inclusion. And whereas VITA volunteers contribute to the economic well-being of communities by helping taxpayers access important financial resources such as earned income tax credits, EITC, and child tax credits, which can have profound impact on household stability and prosperity. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that Santa Barbara County recognizes the month of April 2024 as tax season and acknowledges and appreciates the invaluable contributions of volunteer income tax preparers to our communities, passed and adopted today.
On behalf of United Way of Santa Barbara County, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for acknowledging the invaluable contributions of the VITA Volunteer Tax Assistance Program to Santa Barbara County communities, as well as the time and skill that is offered to us by our wonderful VITA IRS tax certified volunteers.
So thank you. Sorry, my voice. Thank you for this resolution. I love to help the community. I started 22 years ago, so I'm still here, and I feel so happy when the clients go with a smile, they go home, and then that has no price. And I'm gonna be here as long as I can. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. We've honored such great, important work today, but I'm especially excited about this because it is tax season. And last year, we, in our county, actually 12,000 people didn't file their taxes, and had they filed, they would have received thousands of dollars, which is a game changer for low-income, hardworking people with kids. Month of the Child. So people like Mariluz and her friends and her colleagues who volunteer and help people file their taxes. It's just talk about unsung heroes. This really changes the trajectory of people's lives, and they're working so hard just to help them get the money that they've already earned, state and federal money that they've already actually earned. So thank you so much. Mary Luz was a independent local hero, so you might have seen her already this year. So well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your work. I still haven't done my taxes yet, so. Yeah. All right. That takes us to administrative items that have been pulled. We'll now take up the pulled items in order. Let's go to item A25, please.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we did have a public request on administrative item number 22 that I inadvertently missed.
Okay, let's go to 22.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 22 is from the Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the certification of election results for the March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Laszlo Toth. Laszlo?
All right. So this is speaking to the elections. During the Board of Supervisor meeting of February 13th, Chairman Lavanino stated, I quote, "In the future, we can put something on the agenda to discuss election security." On March 5th, 2004, Michael English, director of the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project, contacted Chairman Lavanino by email to discuss putting election security as a public agenda item, as is permitted by the Brown Act. 2 weeks later, there was no response from the chairman. On March 20th, Mr. English again requested to put election integrity on the agenda item. This time, he CC'd all members of the board and myself and some others. And again, as of this morning, Mr. English has received zero response from you all after your chairman said he would be able to put something on the agenda to discuss election integrity. It's been 4 weeks, 2 emails, no response from any of you. This is not a fringe issue, as you and the local press would like to make it out to be. Pew's poll shows that 1 out of 3 moderate to liberal voters in the USA do not trust the current election system. The Brown Act, this being an agenda item, the Brown Act permits any of you right now to make a brief response to correct this oversight. So I would ask, would you like to correct this oversight based on your February 13th statement that you would have this as a public agenda item? Would you like to make a statement?
I would not like to make a statement.
Okay. So that speaks volumes. You said you would and you're not. So that goes to your character.
Thank you.
Okay. And it gives me another minute to say, why are you folks so fearful of our facts and data? Okay. We have facts and data. We're not making things up. I'm getting one fact that we haven't even presented. And do you know that 95% of all registered voters voted supposedly in the 2020 election for president? 95%? That's from our statistics from the Congress. And the highest voter turnout ever before that was 62% for Barack Obama. 95% did not happen. So this is why we doubt the election, okay? And we just want to present facts and data, you guys. And for some reason, you said you'd do it, and now you don't want to. Maybe your lawyer talked to you, which is fine.
I'll go ahead and make a statement.
Go ahead.
I'll help you out here.
Go ahead.
A chairman of the board cannot bring an item as an agenda item. I can request an item get brought. I have to have 3 members of the board to also support that. And most importantly, Mr. Joe Holland is an independently elected individual. So I think what would be important for you guys is to have Mr. Holland come, or you speak to Mr. Holland as the independent elected person, and that's what's your
Okay, well, in the Brown Act.
I'm not going to have a back and forth. This is public comment.
You're allowed to have a back and forth.
And
Okay,
while the
agenda
Brown
item.
Act does allow for you to make a correction, it does not allow a conversation on public comment, particularly for something that is not germane to the agenda item
This is the
that is
agenda
being
item.
that is being discussed. So this
Okay.
public speaker is out of time. He was out of
Okay.
time before you responded to him. Please, can you keep the
Right, the Brown Act, we're following it, and. it's-
Sir, you are out of
concludes
time.
your
I know that,
time.
But people need to be educated.
You are
Brown
out
Act.
of time, sir.
Okay, but he took some of my time.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, that concludes your time.
Dude, what?
Ask you for the agenda item, that's what we did. And you could respond by email.
Yeah, well, your email was super confusing, by the way. But go ahead. You were okay. Go ahead. All right. Awesome. Let's go to 25.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a sub-recipient agreement with Good Samaritan Shelter for La Posada project operations and services. And this is in the 2nd District. And we do have, oh, my apologies, we don't have any requests from the public. I believe the board pulled this.
Who requested 25?
I did.
Okay, Supervisor Capps.
Just a quick shout out because things are moving so wonderfully with our partnership with Dignity Moves and Good Samaritan, and we have a groundbreaking on Friday, April 12th of La Posada. And so this is an item that moves us closer to that goal line of providing better housing for those who need it. So I just wanted to highlight this. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. That takes us to item, we don't need a separate vote on that. Item 26, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we will need a vote on A25, but we could do that at the end.
Okay, we'll do it all together.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 26 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the County of Santa Barbara Racial Equity Grant Program Award Disbursement Recommendations. And we do have 3 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, and then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Liam Gallo. LaWanda?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc NAACP. We are a Racial Equity Fund grantee and have been since its inception. And I also served on the last grant-making committee cycle since it was not a conflict for us as far as the grant is concerned. I'm here before you to express my appreciation to you for acknowledging the need to address racial inequities and the growing disparities of race and class in Santa Barbara County. I want to thank you all for entrusting the fund for Santa Barbara, who has a proven track record of supporting community needs to develop and execute this process. I urge you to fully support another allocation fund for another cycle of funding. Since its inception, the Racial Equity Fund of Santa Barbara County has supported many organizations engaging in anti-racism work and has made a positive and lasting impact in our community. And that includes the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. Supervisor Lavanino, Supervisor Hartman, and Supervisor Nelson, I thank you. You all attended our most recent Black History celebrations. We held 3 in Santa Maria and Lompoc. And as you can see from the attendance by the community, it was positive and well received. In continuing to fund the program, you take part in anti-racism work and solidify our community values. This is a long-term investment in the overall health and well-being of our community, and I urge you to continue to allocate funding for this program. I would also like to add that I am disappointed to learn that the program requires grantees to renew yearly versus 2 years, which means that many nonprofits doing this type work will be pitted against each other and competing for the same dollar. I would ask you to reconsider that. And once again, I thank you and we're grateful for your commitment to racial equity. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to A38.
Chair
Oh,
Levanino,
there are
members
other
of the board,
speakers
my
on this
apologies.
one.
We have
Sorry.
two more requests on A26. We are going to return to Santa Barbara with Liam Gallo, to be followed by Rachel Johnson, who is our final speaker on A26. Liam?
Good morning, members of the board. I want to thank you for allocating this funding for the third time. The Racial Equity Grant Program is effectively administered by the Fund for Santa Barbara. They employ trusted community activists to create process and implement process by other volunteer community activists. I trust in their optimism and their idealism about the future that we can attain, where racial inequality is fought and defeated. And I think that with this current set of grantees, we have a regional equity that we didn't have before. We've reached Santa Maria, Lompoc, and Santa Barbara with our grantees. I would say that the process was equitable. I would say that we need more funding. This will be my third time asking for more. We had over $1.2 million requested for in this past cycle. We're only able to award just over $230,000. So, you know, I would encourage you to work with the Fund for Santa Barbara and with Sarah, who's right over there, on the logistics around allocating for more. And I would also uplift Ms. Lawanda's comments on how we award those and the number of times that we award them. So yes, thank you for allocating this funding. Please consider allocating more. I appreciate you all.
We will now go to Rachel Johnson, who is our final speaker on A26. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Chair Lavanino and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm usually on Zoom. It's really been an incredible morning for the most part of gratitude, so I want to keep up with that. Echoing comments of my colleagues Lawanda and Liam for things like more funding and how wonderful this process has been so far. As the co-chair of this for the third year now, I've been here since the beginning, and I really want to also just send out some gratitude to some staff. That's been like the theme of the morning. County Council, Rachel Van Mullum, and a number of other County Council who were involved early on working with the Fund for Santa Barbara staff on this program. Liam already gave a shout out to Sarah York-Rubin. There's so many unsung heroes of this whole process as well, and I really want to shout out their work, as well as Tanya Reyes and Patricia Solorio at the Fund and that whole staff too. Couple highlights of this year just to call out. We have achieved, again, some really wonderful countywide equity, work that's happening in multiple communities and also countywide. And something that was really special about this year with this funding, we do always want more, so please keep that in mind. But also this year we were able to give out 7 grants. That's more than we've ever been able to do before. And there's also new funding areas that we're hearing from folks about. So this year saw things like health access and education, applications that were to resource parents for critical issues and response techniques for things that are coming up for their children and their communities. So it was a really, really amazing group of applicants as well. So thank you again for continuing to support this work and for trusting the Fund for Santa Barbara. It really is making a difference. And 3 years in, we can really see the data and the community response that it's making a difference. So thank you so much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. That takes us to item A38. Please read that into the record.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 38 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding first amendments of awarded job order contracts with Quincon, Inc., R. Brook Corporation, JG Contracting, and Newton Construction and Management.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I pulled this item. It was of interest of mine. We've been doing these job order contracting contracts here for about, I think, 8 or 9 years now. And it's grown from, at one point, I believe it was about $500,000 per contractor to $1 million, and now it looks like we're going to extend that to $4.5 million. My concern is that we are making these contracts larger and kind of squeezing out some of the small business and small contractors that used to do work with the county. I actually reached out to one of them yesterday afternoon after meeting with General Services and asked, why aren't you doing business with the county more? And it's because the JOC process was so complicated for their small business, they would have needed to hire additional employees to be able to continue to do work at the county. So I asked for some information from General Services. They're going to provide that to me, and I'm going to dig into that. Just want to let the board know and see if we can still find an avenue for some of our small businesses who used to contract with the county but have no longer able to do that. Of course, contracting law is very complicated, and there's a lot of things that we need to do to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and that's why we have some of these laws in place in these complexity. That kind of feeds into whether some of these small businesses can continue to work with the county in these opportunities. I'm going to abstain on this. I don't have enough information to feel comfortable with increasing these amounts by 450%, but I might be in the future, and I just wanted to highlight this item for the board moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to item, let's get a vote.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Capps. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain. Abstain.
Not on anymore. Now we're moving on to A44. Oh, Supervisor Hartman. Well, it has to be read in the record.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 44 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a California for All Animals CA4AA Shelter Assistance Grant Agreement, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item, and we do have one request to speak from the public.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. So I asked that this be pulled because I just had an interest. I'd never seen this before, and so wanted to learn more about it. And the board letter was rather general, so I thought this would be an opportunity to learn in more detail.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes. This is part of the whole vision of as we are looking at the no wrong door concept and the enhanced care management, then we also should not forget also about our pet owners who might see owning a pet as a barrier to services. So this is a great idea with using this funds of a navigator that is going to help supporting pet owners that, for example, they have to go see a doctor, but they don't know what to do with their pet. And that's a barrier of them seeking social services or clinical care or anything, in addition to our unhoused population that also are pet owners that also might find it very hard to navigate. So this position is going to be at our animal services as a navigator that would help many of our pet owners in finding the appropriate services within the county departments, but also outside of that.
And would this go to issues of, I was distressed to visit a shelter and find that the animals that are belong to people who are in jail, they aren't allowed to be exercised and they have to stay in their kennel. Would this deal with those kinds of issues as well?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. The intent of the position is to identify the most humane care for animals, and regularly that's remaining with their people. So if their person is unable to house their pet because of an example like you provided, one of the the options for this position is to create like a safety net foster program, something where these pets would be housed in homes instead of in a shelter environment.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Well, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that in the past, before Director Aguilar came, Animal Services was a very controversial department and took up a lot of administrative effort from department heads as well as a lot of board staff time. And it's been very quiet since you've come. And I'm delighted that there have been so many positive emails and so many positive comments when I'm out in the community. I would be interested, though, in a report to the board at some point on animal services and the new programs that you've developed, because I think there's a lot happening there. I, for example, had an opportunity to tour the Lompoc shelter and see how many people are coming for support for food and medicines for their pets. I didn't really appreciate that our county does that and how much that's needed and how far we'll go to help people keep their non-human companions. As I understand, the number of pets given up for adoption is going up. In our county, we're working very hard not to have to euthanize animals, but that's happening elsewhere. And so I think having a public presentation by Animal Services to help us all understand what we can do and what the public can do to better support your efforts would be really helpful. So if the members of the board would indulge me, I'd love to have that at some point. That's convenient for our agenda and convenient for you.
We'd be more than happy to do so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate you for, I think, only a year in, you already secured one of the larger grants that this division's ever had. So that's really, responsible guardianship, looking for opportunities. I want to echo Supervisor Hartman's request. I would even make a suggestion that if it can be made in brief, it would be useful during the budget hearings. If it can be kept down, I suppose, to under 10 minutes, it would be useful in the budget discussions. Because in the old days, there used to be so much conflict surrounding the division that we would know what was going on all the time. And it's not that you don't have challenges. I know the population numbers are significant, so I will also say if people really want to help out, they could think about fostering or adopting, because it's been, I understand, especially exacerbated by the housing crisis, that a lot of people are losing their housing, and when people lose their housing, they bring animals into the shelter. And so it would be good to understand the challenges and successes that have been happening of late, and what you see in the future in brief.
Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, I know you work very successfully with community organizations, and they also pitch in to create a whole network of services. So I would love the report to touch on that as well.
Absolutely, and that's one of the first assignments for this position that would be created with this grant. Would be to catalog all of the services that are available and how various county departments, nonprofit partners, cities are managing and responding to this in order to share best practices and find the gaps in those services and really start to address those.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have one or two? Yep, go ahead.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Dr. Lee Heller. Lee?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, if one of your previous resolution recipients hates following a dog, I hate following LaWanda Lewin's Alliance Pruitt, but I want to say that when I was listening at the start of this meeting to CEO Miyasato celebrate Be Well for receiving significant funds, I thought, here's another moment to celebrate as Animal Services receives one of the largest grants I can remember coming to this program, and I've written quite a few myself. So as Supervisor Williams pointed out, Director Aguilar is new, but when she came, she immediately brought a fresh approach to the field, looking ahead to interagency approaches to the human animal support services model of serving people and animals together, since their lives are so often intertwined. And this is particularly the case when the human half ends up in the human and social services support system. This grant is far-reaching and innovative, and it's an important bridge between agencies that do not historically work collaboratively. This grant was written when the state was celebrating a $38 billion surplus. Sadly, our finances look pretty different 15 months later. Unfortunately, these funds are restricted and cannot be repurposed for the areas where we continue to need help, as in increasing the veterinarian salary so we can actually hire a vet, and resuming license canvassing so we can generate revenue for this division. And I do want to also show appreciation to Supervisors Hartman and Williams for asking for a report from Director Aguilar about all the things that are going on with this program. It's really been remarkable. And as you point out, it's been silent because people have been happy, but that doesn't mean there aren't challenges and successes that need to be celebrated. Thank you so much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, and add my name to the list of people who like to see that report. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to, where are we at? 44? 49. 49. A49, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 49 is from the Public Works Department and the Board of Directors for Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Public Works Director's report on emergency response actions from impacts of flooding and storms and continuation of emergency actions, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisors, we asked the Flood Control District and Mr. Rubalcava to give a short briefing to the board as part of the storm update on some of the actions that just occurred this past weekend.
Yeah. So good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board, Walter Rubalcava, County Flood Control District. Just want to give an update on the latest storm. So countywide, the normal to date and normal water year rainfall is currently at 143 and 129% respectively. North County is closer to normal. South County, especially City of Santa Barbara, is much higher than normal, approaching last year's totals. Total rainfall from this last storm, North County was 1 to 1.5 inches, South County 2 to 4 inches, and then the South Coast Mountains was in the range of 4 to 6 inches. Intensities countywide, mostly light to moderate. Montecito was the exception. At approximately 7:45 p.m. Saturday night, an intense storm cell came through the area. Some examples of the intensities were 0.34 inches in 5 minutes, 0.61 inches in 15 minutes, 1.13 inches in 30 minutes, and 1.67 in an hour, which was significant. These intensity rates range from a 10 to a 50-year event. Some of the impacts, starting in the South Coast from the Flood Control District, all the major creeks in Montecito, including Montecito, Oak, San Ysidro, Romero, were at or near capacity. Other creeks outside of Montecito had moderate peaks, generally around the 500 CFS range. Tascadero Creek and Hospital Creek, the confluence there, which has had problems recently, performed well. The work that we performed after the previous February storms proved beneficial. On the transportation side, various roadways had debris clearing. Some roads were temporarily closed but are now reopened, with the exception of Barker Pass. Barker Pass is currently closed. We're going to do some geotechnical investigation, and we'll reopen that road once we determine it's safe. Caltrans also closed the 101 northbound due to some drainage clogging from the freeway construction project. It was closed at approximately 9 p.m. Saturday night and reopened Sunday morning at 4 a.m. In the Central Valley, the San Ynez River reported a peak of 3,300 CFS, which was manageable. The river could generally handle up to about 15,000 CFS. North County Transportation and Flood Control staff had various crews out monitoring Santa Maria, Guadalupe, Lompoc areas, and again, fortunately, there was no major issues. The Cuyama Valley had no issues reported. So in summary, evaluation of transportation and flood control infrastructure continues, but all the prep work that was completed, including the debris basin work at Cold Springs, San Antonio, and San Ysidro, the drainage basins, roadway culverts, clearing, and various roadway improvements, and the river clearing and the channel clearing also proved very beneficial as well. And then lastly, I just want to mention that on April 24th, on April 24th of this year at 5:30 p.m. at Cold Springs, we're going to have our third public meeting for the Montecito Watershed Mitigation Master Plan, and we're encouraging members of the community to attend that meeting. It's very important to get their input. And that is the end of my report. Kelly Hubbard's also here for questions, and I am too.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Walter. I appreciate it. You might have guessed that I asked Mona to see if you could present some of the information. And I just continue to be impressed with the work of flood control. It's not only the response to each storm, the willingness to sometimes look out of the box for solutions, and the master plan and the capital projects, A50, A51, the expansion of Cold Springs and the cleanup of Santa Monica debris basin that will continue to protect Montecito and Carpinteria for years to come. So I really appreciate the work, and I hope the whole team knows that we appreciate the fact that they do not, that they stay vigilant on weekends when there's storms rolling through the South Coast.
Thank you, Walter. All right, so we now need votes on A25, 26, 38, 44, and 49.
So moved.
And 22?
Second.
No, I'm sorry, hold on a second.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, administrative item number 22 was previously voted, and we did get a motion and second on A33, so we just need a vote on 25, 26, 44, and 49.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And we are going to take a quick 10-minute break before we get to general public comment. All right, well, welcome back. All right, welcome back. Now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, yes, we have 13 requests to speak on today's general public comment.
Okay, anytime we get over 10 speakers, we go to the 2 minutes. So we have 10 speakers at 2 minutes, and we have 1 speaker at 6 minutes, for a total of a half hour of public comment. We can begin. We're closing the rest of the roll for public comment at this point. Let's move on to our first speaker, please.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we are going to begin in Santa Maria with Chuck Williams, and then we are going to return for Leanne Wolever. Chuck?
Good morning, Supervisors. Chuck Williams, representing Nuke State of California. Liberal rules and rhinos. Freedom of speech is destroyed, is rampant. Our U.S. Constitution is being destroyed while we watch. New York is no longer a part of our United States. California is aligned with New York. Newsom has become a corrupt communist dictator. Newsom, through her nonprofit organization, provides pornography to our school children. California National Guard, California, they are here. We are not in a good position.
Chuck, hold on just a moment. Chuck, just hold on just a moment. We're holding your time. We're going to get to where we can hear you without you jumping all over the place.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, my apologies. We are having a connection issue with Santa Maria. Perhaps we can drop Chuck to the end of public comment and
Sorry about that, Chuck. We're going to go to our members here, and then we'll come back to you.
No problem. I'll send you a standby bill.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that was nice and clear. Perhaps.
Yeah, you want to try? Go ahead. Maybe that ended up sounding really clear. So go ahead and get close to the mic, and let's start over.
Okay. Liberal rule. Freedom of speech is destroyed. Crime is rampant. Laws not enforced is being destroyed.
I'm sorry,
while
Chuck.
we watch.
Chuck, we want to hear what you got to say. So I'm sorry we can't. It's cutting in and out on you. I'm sorry. We're going to go to our Santa Barbara speakers, and we'll come back to you.
Okay, no worries.
Again, my apologies. We will return to Santa Barbara with Leanne Wolever, to be followed by Sherry Foster. Leanne?
Good morning, board members. This prayer was first offered in Congress, but is being read during public comments to our stewards over the business of our country in Santa Barbara. Almighty God and Father of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, together we come before you in humility as the people in need of your forgiveness, your mercy, your goodness, and your grace. For these 250 so years, our fathers in this Congress have prayed for your guidance and protection. So we stand here in humble petition that you today might do the same, that this nation and its unparalleled Constitution, your great gift, might do the same, that this nation and its unparalleled Constitution, your great gift to all freedom-loving people, might be renewed here and across this land as a beacon of hope to all who seek peace. And I ask you, Father, to bring to us a great awakening of righteousness and confidence in you, who alone is mighty to save. Hear my cry in this house, in this hour of great need, that we might be humbly blessed before you in the repentance of our nation's sins. You, Almighty God, are the source of all wisdom, and there is no wisdom but that which comes from you. So please come upon those here who are the stewards over the business of our nation with your wisdom which comes from above, with your holy fear, knowing that your coming day of judgment draws near, when all who have been and are now in authority will answer to you, the great judge of heaven and of earth, for the decisions that they make here in this place. I offer this prayer to you, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, and our crucified Savior and resurrected Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
We will now go to Sherry Foster, to be followed by Diane Black. Sherry?
Good morning, Chairman Lavanino and board members. I'm going to be speaking on Bionomics. Green New Deal collapses with negative 800,000 job loss. This is from the Mountaintop Times Substack.com webpage. And the author of it is Chris Street, the international economist. The Biden administration, in the run-up to the 2022 election, trumpeted the Green New Deal, generating record job gains and low unemployment. The facade collapsed on Friday with the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics announced Bidenomics' full-time job growth has been overstated by negative 800,000 jobs. Polls have consistently shown Americans disapprove of President Biden's job performance by 2 to 1, but express high approval for low unemployment. The White House credited its economic success on large numbers of jobs created, reduction in prices of medicines, and heavy investment in green energy and manufacturing initiatives as successes of Bidenomics. President Biden bragged, unemployment hit a 50-year low due to 800,000 new manufactured jobs day before clinching the Democrat nomination for president with a 98.2% Georgia primary victory on March 12th. The Mountaintop Times reported the next day that the Bidenomics job miracle took a huge hit when the Bureau of Labor Statistics conducted their annual March rebenching of monthly new job forecasts to actual W-2 job records and found California from September 2022 to September 2003 had overstated their 325,000 new job estimate by 277,000, a negative 85% decline. According to the nonpartisan California Legislative Analysis Office, California job creation went from #1 out of 50 states and District of Columbia to number 51. Furthermore, about half of the 80,000 actual California jobs were in the state and local government. The Legislative Analysis Office indicated that the old projections for private sector job growth had allowed Governor Gavin Newsom to claim that California's deficit next year would only be a grand negative $38 billion. But the updated job losses means California now faces a negative $73 billion deficit. The main culprit for Bidenomics' mixed statement of U.S. job growth was due to classifying full-time workers taking a second part-time job since February 2023 as the creation of a new full-time job. Correcting the overstatement results in a plus 921,000 part-time jobs and a loss of negative 284,000 full-time jobs. The net financial effect is the equivalent of losing negative 800,000 full-time jobs. Just like California, the federal government has been projecting strong national job growth would increase federal revenue by plus $240 billion in 2024 and a record $380 billion spike up in 2025. The negative 800,000 net jobs loss will erase all 2024 federal revenue growth and most growth in 2025. As a result, the size of the U.S. debt and the amount of annual interest is set to explode higher. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
We will now go to Diane Black to be followed by Barbara Ireland. Diane?
Hi. My name's Diane Black, and I'm on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. I'm pleased to announce the League South Coast Housing Data Project to help decision makers, advocates, and members of the public understand the housing crisis. We present data in a digital format with statistics on housing production, needs, and demographics. The McCune Foundation provided a grant to us, which funded the work of a UCSB graduate student to work with the League on this project. The project's a compilation of a wide range of demographic and housing-related statistics from the U.S. Census and local and state government sources. It includes information on housing production, rental versus ownership, cost burden, commuter trends, job growth, medium rent and ownership prices, and income levels of different occupations. The data is presented for the South Coast as a whole and separated out by all of the local jurisdictions, including the unincorporated area of South Santa Barbara County. The data is in a digital format, allowing people to explore an interactive set of links, statistical charts, and infographics that provide context and show the interrelationships between different data sources. The project is designed primarily to be a conversation starter, and the goal is to encourage decision makers, the public, and others to explore and discuss the many complex factors that influence our housing situation. The League has identified 3 strategies to address affordable housing needs in the South Coast, including quickly enacting a permanent revenue source for affordable housing, accelerating and prioritizing the development of 100% deed-restricted affordable housing on publicly owned lands, and guaranteeing a local preference. The League invites everyone to explore this South Coast Housing Data Project and share it widely, and it can be accessed publicly on our website, lwvsantabarbara.org. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Barbara Ireland, to be followed by Rod Whalers. Barbara?
Good morning, Board, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. In 1953, the California State Legislature passed the Ralph M. Brown Act. That law is still in effect today, codified it as California Government Code 54950, which reads, and I quote, "In enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils and the other public agencies in the state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may remain control over the instruments they have created," end quote. The purpose of the state law is to guarantee the public's right to attend and participate in meetings of local legislative bodies. It was enacted in response to mounting public concerns over informal, undisclosed meetings held by local elected officials. City councils, county boards, and other local government bodies avoided public scrutiny by holding secret workshops and study sessions. The Brown Act applies to local agencies, meaning a county, city, whether general law or chartered, city and county, town, school, district, municipal corporations, district, political subdivisions, or any board, commission, or agency thereof, or other local public agency. The act has been interpreted to apply to email communication as well. On March 5th, 2024,
That is your time.
Michael English from the Santa Barbara...
Ms. Ireland? Ms. Ireland? Oh, okay. So your time's up, I'm sorry.
We will now go to Rod Whalers, to be followed by Peggy Wilson. Rod?
Of
Excuse me, Mr. Walter, can you move the, you can move the...
Thank you.
There's a button on the side to move it higher for you. There you go.
Great, thank you. So this is a continuation of what she was just talking about. On March 5th, 2024, Michael English from the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project emailed Chairman Steve Lagomerino requesting time to address the Board of Supervisors with a public agenda item on an upcoming meeting. There has been no response to this request. A follow-up email including original public agenda item request, email text along with a request for acknowledgement of receipt was sent 2 weeks later, on March 20th, 2024. Mr. English required, as to be expected, a date when he would be allocated time to address the board, reminding the chair that the Brown Act allocated time to address the board regarding the seat. All the members of the Board of Supervisors were included in the distribution of this email, as were others who were interested in knowing the status of this request. There has been no response to this email either. In the past, the Board of Supervisors meetings, members of the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project, and others have repeatedly demonstrated that the public is gravely concerned about how our elections are run. We have articulated your role in contracting and supporting this election system and explained to you that you have a contractual means to end your continued support of it. On February 13th, 2024, Chairman Lagomanino publicly expressed that he would like to respond to our general comments, but to date he has not, adding that a public agenda item to the board's schedule would have been an ideal opportunity to respond. Yet the request to allocate time for a dialogue with the board on subject has been met with silence. The entire board was made aware of this, but no one has taken any initiative to ensure this happens.
Thank you, Rod. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Peggy Wilson to be followed by Rosalie Hardwine. Peggy?
Continuing with the Santa Barbara voter integrity statement here. The collective behavior of this board suggests an avoidance of responsibility for your decision regarding the expenditures of public funds. Given the ample evidence of the current election system vulnerabilities to manipulation and fraud, we expect the board to take timely action to remedy this situation. Who wouldn't want open, transparent, and accountable situation? As members of the public, we can only wonder why the board has remained silent regarding our request for a public agenda item. You may be the beneficiaries of the current corrupt election system, and if the election outcomes accurately represented the will of the U.S. citizens who voted, you would lose your positions of power and privilege. We certainly hope this is not the case, but given the circumstances, it is hard to conceive of what other explanation would lead you to deprive the public of the hearing of evidence of chain of custody problems, election manipulation, etc. The citizens of Santa Barbara, this state, and the nation have been paying attention. Despite the convenience of letting everyone vote from home, we still have very low voter participation. According to 2022 Rasmussen nationwide telephone and online poll, 55% of likely voters believe there was fraud in the 2020 election, and 84% believe the issue of election integrity is important. Furthermore, 60% of California voters are concerned about election fraud. Trust in the outcome of elections is at an all-time low. As far back as 2024, Jimmy Carter's Bipartisan Commission on Federal Election Reform concluded extensive research, mail-in voting is the single largest source of voter fraud. So according to the study of Crime Prevention Center, most counties around the world have banned mail-in ballots because of massive vote fraud problems. Thank you.
We will now go to Rosalie Hardwine to be followed by Rhonda Huschin. Rosalie?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm going to be continuing the Santa Barbara voter integrity statement. As far back as 2004, President Jimmy Carter's Bipartisan Commission on Federal Election Reform concluded, after extensive research, that mail-in voting is the single largest source of voter fraud. Also, according to a study by the Crime Prevention Research Center, most countries around the world banned the use of mail-in ballots because of massive voter fraud problems, including the illegal purchasing of votes, dead people voting, and people voting multiple times. France banned mail-in voting in 1975 because of massive fraud in Corsica, where postal ballots were stolen, bought, and dead people voted, and some people voted multiple times. Due to the pandemic, France, Poland, and Russia made an exception to use absentee ballots during the 2020 election, but these countries require photo ID to obtain a ballot. Most other developed countries haven't changed their regulations. In the United Kingdom, which allows mail-in voting, the Labour Party carried out a massive systematic organized postal voting fraud campaign. According to the judge in the court case, 40,000 ballots were stolen and discarded from the Muslim populations. This fraud led to the United Kingdom requiring photo ID to vote. Mexico banned mail-in voting in 1991 and required photo ID because the then governing political party was committing mail-in voting fraud to win elections. In the United States today, the public is noticing lawsuits involving the use of computers in elections. Whether these lawsuits are successful does not matter because evidence has been uncovered that makes the public wary of computers, effectively a black box being used in something as important as elections, which require complete transparency.
Thank you. That is your time. We will now go to Rhonda Houston to be followed by Lisa Sloan. Rhonda?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity to speak with you. My comments continue the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project statement. It is well known that the government has been coercing counties into installing Albert sensors in their election systems for the protection from malware viruses which connect every part of the election office network to FirstNet, providing a means for bad actors to gain access to the tabulators and manipulate votes. Another interesting fact, did you know that the recent local primary election, the 1% manual tally, was only validated by using batch reports generated by the Dominion voting system tabulator, and that the numbers on those reports are not reconciled to what was reported to the Secretary of State? Those numbers could be completely fabricated and no one would ever know. How is it that this is being done, let alone allowed? It may be legal for them to do this, but no sensible person thinks this is ethical, transparent, or auditable, and we the people do not approve of this. A poll worker in the last election deposited her in-person ballot in the box at 9 a.m. at the polling place where she was working. The box was not picked up until 8 p.m. for processing, and yet 11 a.m. she received a text from the ballot tracks that her vote had been received and tallied. This was very unsettling because it was so clearly not true, yet the election system was notifying her with complete confidence that it was true. Examples like this erode people's trust in the system. We have been assured that the system's output represents our voice, yet when the questions are asked about details, wrong, misleading, or evasive answers are given, if any answers are given at all. This is not to blame the workers at the election office who are doing their jobs well. They are given responsibilities over systems they cannot possibly understand completely, and when the public asks them questions in too much detail, they can only answer what they are told.
Thank you, Rhonda. That is your time. We will now go to Lisa Sloan to be followed by Nikki Hamill. Lisa?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Lavagnino and honorable members of the board. I'm Lisa Sloan, and I'm a resident currently of District 3. My comments continue the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project statement. Another interesting election fact, did you know, oh, sorry, she already said that. Okay, so the public must have complete transparency so we can provide accountability for the proper operation of elections, which is our vote. In conclusion, it has now been nearly a month since the initial request for a public agenda item went out. The non-response to this request represents a clear violation of the Brown Act. As the codification of the Brown Act states, the people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. I urge you to remember that your position on the board is not to act as a sovereign authority, but as a public servant of we the people of Santa Barbara County. The people you serve hold the sovereign authority according to the law, and we will not let you use your position to usurp our power or our voice. We ask again for you to honor the request of Michael English to address you on this matter as you are legally required to do. Thank you. So that ends that portion. And then as Lisa Sloan, I'm speaking as a 3rd District resident. I hereby request Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that an agenda item be scheduled to consider the benefits of returning our elections to single-day hand count of paper ballots at the precinct level with photo ID required. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Mickey Hamill to be followed by Michael English. Mickey?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for the time to express to you my concerns about our election system. Elections represent the voice of the people. As such, we have a vested interest in making sure that our voices are heard correctly. The county and state have made elections so complicated that virtually no one can understand everything that happens to our ballots. Why do we do this? It doesn't even make any sense. If we need to verify that a person is who they say they are, they ought to have at least shown up in person. That is not too much to ask. We have done this for centuries until we suddenly decided we needed to have massive amounts of mail-in ballots. The emergency of COVID that led us down that path is over, and it's time to go back to a more secure, transparent, auditable, and less expensive system. COVID is no longer an epidemic. There is no need for mail-in ballots. Please give the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project a public agenda item to lay out the case before you along with the solution so that you can understand how necessary, reasonable, and effective their solution is. Put an end to the contract for the Dominion voting systems, machines, and services, and steer the elections office to reestablish one-day in-person voting in small precincts so that they can be hand-counted in full public view, providing final results by the end of the night, just like we used to. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael English to be followed by Diane Sandoval. Michael?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity to address you today. I've observed every election at the elections office since 2020 as a volunteer. I'm not a professional activist. In fact, I should really be at work right now. But there are some things that are important enough to break away from my normal day-to-day activities to serve my community. My career as a software engineer has developed in me an analytical ability to understand the flow of data within a system and to discover where the design of a system works against its purpose. My experience observing the election process has led me to the conclusion that despite the excellent workers and volunteers involved, that it is the complexity of the election system itself that necessarily works against the purpose of the election system, which is to provide a transparent, accountable manner to compile the voice of the people. Sorry, I lost my place here. On each of the contests. There's too much information to share in 2 minutes to adequately explain how bad the system is. That's why I requested a public agenda item, with the hopes that I can lay out enough evidence to demonstrate the reality of the problems and sketch out a roadmap for a solution that's beneficial to everyone. Per the Brown Act of 1953, the public has the right to address items of concern with local boards like this. Our concerns are not with Joe Holland or any of his employees, or we would address them directly. Our concerns are with the contracts, funding, and oversight that this board is responsible for. Having no response from private communications, I'll now ask you in public for time to address these issues before the board in public. This is a matter of grave public concern, which has been dismissed for far too long. It's your legal responsibility to hear us out. Thank you.
We will now go to Diane Sandoval, and then after Diane, we will return to Santa Maria with Chuck Williams. Diane?
Dear Chair and members of the board, I'm here today to discuss a serious public safety concern regarding an unsafe bridge. As a majority owner of the bridge, this issue directly impacts my property. The county's conduct and integrity at this point is very questionable. To summarize, in 2018, a pedestrian fell through the dilapidated bridge, resulting in a lawsuit against my property. After the lawsuit, the bridge was reduced to its compromised I-beams. In 2022, they started rebuilding the bridge, and Building and Safety issued a stop work notice due to no permits. To my surprise, 3 weeks ago, construction began again. On the bridge, per SB County Sheriff's Department, construction could resume because the county gave written email permission to rebuild the bridge with no permits. When I alerted the director, Ms. Plowman, that construction resumed, she assured me that an investigation was to follow. Instead of an investigation, 2 days later, the violation status suddenly changed to abated, without permits or even a site visit. Let me repeat, a violation of a known unsafe structure was closed without permits or even a site inspection. How is that possible? The apparent backroom deal and lack of transparency by the county is unacceptable, which leads me to question, do permitting exemptions exist for high net worth owners of a private polo field estate? How can a known safety hazard documented in a lawsuit and by 2 independent structural engineers who noted the bridge as unsafe for pedestrians and motorists be exempted from permitting? For the record, if you go to unpermittedbridge.com, again, unpermittedbridge.com, you can see the corroded I-beams that existed for the past 5 years and the rebuilding of the now wooden bridge the county is allowing without permits. I urge the Board of Supervisors to take immediate action by conducting a full investigation into why permits are being bypassed. I also have additional documents to share with you.
Yeah,
Board.
just give them to Jacqueline.
And we will now return to Santa Maria with Chuck Williams. We have been told that we have fixed our technical issues, but we do have a backup plan if not. Chuck?
Thank you, Chair Lavagnino and Board. Liberal rules and rhinos have destroyed New York State freedom of speech and destroyed crime is rampant. Law is not enforced. Our U.S. Constitution is being destroyed while we watch. New York is no longer a part of the Union of the United States. California is aligned with New York. Newsom has become a corrupt communist dictator while Jennifer Newsom, through her nonprofit organization, provides pornography to our school children. California National Guard has been federalized. China wants California, and they are here now, and we are not in a good position. Sheriff of Pontiac, Michigan, Dar Leaf, sent a letter, number 212216, to county supervisors pointing out how easy voting computers are manipulated. Sheriff recommended ousting voting machines, bring back paper ballots. Gregory County, South Dakota supervisor voters voted out their machines, bringing back paper ballots with proof of ID. California is broke. February income was $271 billion. Money spent was $567 billion, leaving a deficit of $296 billion. March income, negative, another $55 billion. California cannot be fixed. It has no credit left. A final notice of delinquent payment on a notice of a federal loan was missed over a year ago. First time a payment was missed in over 100 years, putting California in default. New state of California is a functional state ready to take leadership. Half of our county's budget is funded with state and federal money. Both are broke. Our county is carelessly upside down, $1.7 billion. I ask you to shine your lights on the future of this county. As they say, this is not rocket science. California will be helped by the new state of California after transitioning. Our country is in serious trouble. Please be a part of the solution. Please decertify the 2020 election and set up a meeting with Sheriff Bill Brown and the Board of New California State. Thank you very much.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
All right, thank you very much. That closes out public comment. That takes us to departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help services and retirement waiver for Jill Steinmetz of the Sheriff's Office.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. I'm Gary Warkentine from the Sheriff's Department, the new Chief Administrative Officer there. Retired communications dispatcher Jill Steinmetz has been a Santa Barbara Sheriff's employee for approximately 35 years, and she retired last Friday. The Sheriff's Office is requesting a waiver of the 180-day waiting period between retirement and hiring into extra help status for Mrs. Steinmetz so that she can continue to work as a dispatcher on a part-time basis to help bridge a temporary critical staffing shortage in the county's 911 call center. The call center currently has between vacancies, folks in training who are new hires, and one person who's on long-term medical leave, the 9 out of 24 positions currently not filled by a trained dispatcher, which requires the use of overtime to fill these vacancies and to maintain the call center mission. All the dispatchers are currently on mandatory overtime, 16 hours per pay period, have standby days, and are also volunteering to fill other overtime positions. So allowing Mrs. Steinmetz to work immediately after extra help will alleviate some of the ongoing overtime, which will have an impact on morale and retention as well. Mrs. Steinmetz's expertise and extensive training is invaluable to the ongoing operations for new hire training and for the dispatch call center. So lastly, if this waiver is not approved, Mrs. Steinmetz will, and Mrs. Steinmetz has to wait the 180 days from retirement before returning as extra help. Her current background investigation will expire, and the Sheriff's Office will be required to conduct a new full background investigation under post standards, which could take an additional several months. Do you have any questions for me?
I think Supervisor Nelson will.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you for being here. When was the last time you guys were fully staffed in dispatch?
Susan, our dispatch manager is right here to answer that.
I've been with dispatch 20 years. We've been fully staffed twice for one pay period in the entire time. We are actually only 3 solid vacancies right now. Training just takes 9 to 12 months,
of course,
which is where the problem is. So, sorry, yes, I'm short. So being able to have Jill come back as extra help would be very helpful. Our people are working a lot of overtime. They're tired. We need a break. She's willing to give it. So really hoping this gets approved.
So 3 vacancies is causing the amount of...
So there's 3 hard vacancies. Okay. Of those, I also have 1 person on long-term medical leave, and I have 5 people on training. People on training cannot run a radio. They can't answer phone calls, so they are actually taking one of our fully trained people, working together to be a person. So even though on paper it shows 3 vacancies, we have 9 holes.
Okay. Are you guys able to overhire to be able to anticipate for people leaving? I mean, it's...
We don't have that approval, which I know we've asked for in the past.
Okay.
So far it hasn't been approved because we've always had vacancies for various reasons. Some people don't like working night shift. Some people can't do the job. We're not unique. Overturn in dispatch is very common.
Sure.
And we're doing the best we can. We're doing a new training program. We're hoping to get people off earlier, but it's a waiting game.
Okay. You know, as the son of a former Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department dispatcher, I understand the challenges that you guys all face. You know, this law is in place so that we try to think ahead and make sure that we're fully staffed. And hopefully we're, as a department, anticipating these things. I'm not going to vote no on it because I understand the demands on public safety at this point and the crisis that exists, but I really want to encourage the Sheriff's Department to be forward thinking. I think it is really sad that in 20 years that's only been one pay shift that's been fully funded. I know this board has been more than willing to overhire if necessary to fill these positions, and I think last checked over 100 positions in the department that were unfilled, and I think that that's a real crisis and it's a real challenge, especially as we hear about maybe in an item later today where we have additional needs for additional law enforcement. It'd be a lot easier for us to be able to fund those positions if we actually had them, the ones that were already funded, paid for. So hoping that that resolves itself in the future. Not going to use that frustration on my part to hold up the extension here, but I do want, for the whole organization, the reason why when Supervisor Williams was in the legislature that they passed PEPRA was to stop this from happening for people just to retire and then come back the next week. We want to be able to cycle through, we want to train and anticipate, and yes, you have an outlet to ask us, and we're probably not going to say no, but it would be really beneficial to the public and the public's interest to try to not have to come and ask us for these in the future. So thank you.
And Supervisor Nelson, I'll just add on to that. In the spirit of PEPRA, sitting on the retirement board, extra help is a focus of, I'm not sure that we were really living within the spirit of the law where people were on extra help for 5, 10, 15 years. And now we've really shortened that up to where extra help now is really extra. And we've really shortened that time frame. So Supervisor Hartman.
First of all, thank you for the hard work that you do and your staff does. That is an enormously demanding job to be just to be on and to be calm when people are calling you in crisis. I wondered if there was any exploration of alternative schedules or other incentives that might work to attract more dispatchers to apply for the job.
Since you asked, I would actually love to do a job share program. I think that would help our agency significantly. We lose several people when they have children. I know I have a 14 and 16-year-old, so I was a dispatcher when I had my kids. And there was months that I was contributing $100 to my household, and everything else went to daycare. I was playing the long game and saying, okay, but I'm paying into retirement, but. Not everyone has that luxury. My husband was here earlier. Obviously, he's in law enforcement also. So we're like, we can suck it up for 3 months and make it through. And we just worked opposites. Maybe that's why I'm still married. Maybe that's why I'm going to get a divorce. I don't know. But not everyone has that luxury, and childcare is not cheap. So I would love to do job share. I think that would help us tremendously. It's a whole nother pet project of mine.
Yes, well, I would strongly like to encourage the Sheriff's Office to explore and listen to the dispatchers, what would make their lives easier so that they could attract more people to that important, critical role for our county. Thank you for sharing that.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to agree with my colleagues and also thank your folks for their hard work, especially under with a lack of adequate staffing. I think the board would much rather spend money on overhiring than on OT. So you know, I hope that message is clear, since I see someone else in the room. And we, of course, you know, I'm going to support this. You know, Jill's a great dispatcher, and you know, I know you need all the help you can get from experienced personnel right now, and I understand that that's a higher need than our normal procedure.
All right, very good. Can I get a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
That's A, B, and C.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Nelson. All those in favor? Press your buttons. No, just kidding. Say aye. I know. I don't have a button. We don't have buttons anymore, but it's okay. It's not coming up for us to vote. It just says motion and seconder, but it doesn't give us a little block. But that's okay. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you for being here all morning, too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that takes us to. Oh, I did need public comment. If there's anybody that wanted to comment about item 1.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I had no request to speak.
Okay, cool. Thank
Listed
you.
on my end. Thank you.
So we'll just go right into departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding county ballot measures, assessment issues, survey results for library and general tax.
Good morning, Chair
Morning,
Lavanino,
Brittany.
members of the board. My name is Brittany Oderman. I'm the Deputy County Executive Officer, and I'm here to present you the results of some polling that we've done around tax measures, potential tax measures for our county. I have with me today Rick Sklars from Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, and Metz and Associates, otherwise known as FM3. I will kick off the presentation, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Sklars to get into some of the technical details around the polling, and then I'll bring it back and conclude. So just a little background on the financial situation in the county. As you know, and as you'll hear next week in our budget workshops, our most recent 5-year forecast identifies that there could be some potential budgetary shortfalls in the future fiscal years out in our 5 years. But while those finances are stable, our existing revenue sources are not likely to be sufficient to cover all of our unmet needs in particular, and maybe even keep fully pace with all of our labor and cost increases. The county has over $568 million in deferred maintenance. That's the combined total of general services and our resources there, roads and bridges, transportation, public works, and then also parks. So a potential new sales tax revenue could provide the county with an opportunity to address some of these potential shortfalls and constraints and fund some of that critical infrastructure. And so that's a little bit of the background. Talking about library funding, so we did, and I'll get into this with the direction that was given to staff last spring, but we wanted to look at a general sales tax in the unincorporated county to generate revenue for general purposes. And then we also looked at some potential library funding. And a little background on that. Local governments have been the primary funders of California libraries since the early 2010s. And the board, your board, has provided discretionary general fund dollars to support a regional system across our county. All of our local libraries are really have faced budget shortfalls for over a decade. And so as a result, the county board established a library ad hoc committee to address some of these budget challenges. And that committee's been meeting and trying to come up with some solutions. The countywide library system is really a complex partnership between the county and all of our 8 cities. The cities of Santa Maria, Santa Barbara, Lompoc, Goleta, and Carpinteria, which we refer to as managing cities, have municipal libraries, and they're funded and governed by their city councils. And then the county contributes funding to these libraries, and we contract with 4 of the 5 managing cities to manage libraries in some of the smaller cities like Guadalupe, Buellton, and Solvang, and in our larger unincorporated communities of Orcutt, Los Alamos, Vandenberg Village, Cuyama, and Montecito. So as I mentioned, your board gave us some direction last spring. So during our budget workshops almost a year ago now, we had a special issue where we talked about tax revenue measures. And at that time, board directed staff to retain a polling firm and conduct surveys for viability of a new tax in our county. And then we held on that direction until May 9th when we had a report from the County Library Ad Hoc Committee, and they also made recommendations to include a potential special sales tax for libraries as well as a parcel tax. And then we went through the process of selecting a polling firm, and in October we confirmed your direction on exactly which tax measures we would poll. We retained FM3 at that time, and the board directed us and confirmed 3 tax measure options, and I'm going to run through those right now. The first one being a general sales tax measure for general purposes. This would apply only to the unincorporated areas of the county. This measure would require a 4/5 vote of your board to place it on the ballot. It needs to be approved by a simple majority of the voters, since it is a general tax. It can be used for general purposes. And those include things we've listed there like libraries, but also addressing homelessness, fixing potholes in roads, public safety, flood control improvements, parks, trails, anything that the general fund currently goes toward. So a little information about our current general sales tax in the county. Santa Barbara County currently collects 7 3/4%, and that is the same tax rate that the city of Buellton collects. All the other cities in our county, the other 7 cities, are at 8 3/4, with the exception of Carpinteria, they're at 9%. But of that 7 3/4, there's a table here on the left of this slide that shows the state share of that is 6%. Roads receives a 1/4% from that passes through the state. And then locally, Measure A collects through SBCAG another 1/2 cent. So our local share of that 7 3/4 is 1%. And in the current fiscal year, estimates for how much that will generate is around $15 million, just over $15 million. This table just provides you some information about as we increase our sales tax by 1/4%. So each quarter we go up, it generates about $3.77 million. So we have a quarter up to 1%. So if we were to, and this is what we polled. We polled, would a voter be willing to pay another 1% in sales tax? That would generate, again, just over $15 million. So our total with another percent would be just over $30 million going into the general fund. Tax measure options 2 and 3 were related to libraries, as I said before. Because this tax would be considered a special tax dedicated just for libraries, it does, for a sales tax, it still requires a 4/5 vote of the board to place it on the ballot. But in contrast to a general tax, it needs to be approved by 2/3 of voters, so over that 66% threshold. And it can only be used for that dedicated purpose that you state on the ballot. A special parcel tax for special purposes is different than the general tax, just in that it requires 3/5 vote of the board to place on the ballot. But again, it must be approved by 2/3 of the voters and can only be used for that dedicated purpose. These tables are estimates and give you an idea of what an additional tax would generate. Similar to our general sales tax in the unincorporated county, so I don't want to get everyone confused, but if we asked the entire county, including the cities, for an additional 1/4%, the tax rates are on the right in the table on the left. So you can see the city of Santa Maria's, everybody was at 8 3/4 goes up to 9%. The unincorporated county would go up to 8 with Buellton, and then Carpinteria would be at 9 1/4. It would generate just over $15 million. So 1/4 in the whole county generates $15 million. A 1% in the unincorporated also generates $15 million. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't too confusing. It just happens to be the math of where we would end up. And then on the right-hand table, we looked at $60 a parcel for a parcel tax, and this is all of the parcels in each of the jurisdictions, the number of parcels as of 2022, and what $60 a parcel would generate, which is around $8 million. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sklarz, and he's going to walk you through the poll that was conducted last November and some of the results.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Glad to be here with you. I'm going to walk through the summary of the research findings and just give a brief overview of what this survey found. And you can see we did this survey back in the fall in November, but overall, given sort of the time frame, I think we're still looking at a similar picture, but we'll go through and look at these results. So just to give you a little background how we conduct the survey, we do it what we call dual mode voter survey. So it's a survey of registered voters within Santa Barbara County. We contact people in the traditional way that polling's been done, which is by telephone, and we call people with live interviewers, landlines and cell phones. It's mostly via cell phones when we talk to people by telephone these days. But then we also email and send text messages out for people to take the survey online. So making sure that people, however they prefer to communicate, however we can reach them, we get to them and have a representative and a sample of your voters in this county. What you can see here is we did a total of 844 interviews, and that's countywide. But what we do in this, because of how the survey was constructed, we wanted to make sure we had enough interviews among the unincorporated communities. So we do what's an oversample there, and that just means additional interviews with them than we would normally have if we just did a survey based on the countywide proportions. So we have some additional research in the unincorporated communities to make sure we have a quality sample there. And below that, you can see in the margin of sampling error, countywide, about just under 4% is the margin of error. And when we do look at those unincorporated communities, it's just about 5%. Okay. Just before we get into the ballot measures themselves, just going to show you the sense of, we asked this question of, do you think Santa Barbara County needs additional funding provide residents with the level of services they need and want. We do this to just get a sense of where people's minds are at before we start thinking about a tax measure in themselves. And you can see here, by about a margin of 2 to 1, voters think there's a need of some extent, whether they call it great or some, we give them those options, or just a little or no need. So 6 and 10 say the need is great or some need. And what we typically see in our research is the people who are likely to say great or some need have a pretty usual relationship with their willingness to support a local funding measure. And as we get into the results, you'll see that that's by and large true here. But what's interesting in these results to the right is demographically how these numbers look. We're going to talk a lot about the incorporated, the cities versus unincorporated. There's no difference in the two areas. So countywide, that perception is no different and percepts need for local funding for services. Gender, however, there is a pretty big gap. Women are more likely to see a need than men. By party affiliation, Democrats more likely than either independents or Republicans. Voters under the age of 65 are more inclined to say there's a need. And then you can see voters of color, Latinos, also perceive a higher need. And you can see a couple of the supervisorial districts, the 1st and 4th, are more likely to see a need for additional funding for county services. Okay, so here is the first ballot measure we tested, which is the unincorporated community 1 cent sales tax. And what you're seeing on the screen is what the respondents heard either over the phone or what they read for themselves online. We worked with county staff as well as county council to develop this 75-word statement. And the point is, this is what would look like is on the ballot if there was an election. It has meets the legally permissible wording in terms of having information about how funds are used, because it is that general purpose. So there's a range of potential uses, as well as the tax rate, how much funding would be raised by the measure. And so we asked the respondents how they would vote if the election were held today. And to the left side of this screen, you can see just about half are saying they would vote yes in favor, or more than 4 in 10 vote no. So a couple things to note on this slide. We have roughly a third who are both definitely yes and definitely no, suggesting there's a fair amount of voters in this county in the unincorporated communities who would say, I'm for this, I'm against it, sort of basically done. I'm not really open to persuasion at this moment. What's notable is this is a 50% measure that requires to be passed. 6% of those yes voters are actually, when we first asked the question, they say, I don't know. And then we said, well, if you had to lean one way or the other, would you go yes or would you go no? 6% say yes. So those voters are what we sort of term as soft supporters, which suggests maybe they were voting yes that day, but they hear some information or things change for them in their lives. That could fluctuate, that could affect how they ultimately decide to vote on a measure like this, come election day, whenever that might be. And again, to the right, just showing you some of the larger demographic groups, and not surprisingly on these types of tax measures, you can see pretty significant differences by party affiliation. Democrats, by and large, vote in favor, Republicans oppose. There's a pretty significant gender gap, voters under 50 versus over 50. And then by supervisorial district, you see the 5th district's not listed there. There aren't really unincorporated voters in the 5th district, so that's why it is not on that slide.
You guys should try that. It's pretty nice.
The second measure that was tested, as explained before me, was the 1/4 cent library sales tax measure. And again, sort of the same exercise, a realistic mock title and summary, giving the experience of what it would be like to vote on something like this in the ballot measure if the election were held today. And again, what you're seeing is how that measure could be worded. And everything here now is focused on library services, library repairs, improvements, staffing at library, because this is that dedicated measure. And again, it has the tax rate of 1/4 cent, how much money it could potentially raise. And again, we asked them to vote. And here you can see actually support is a slightly bit higher and a little more intense, that 40% definitely yes, a little higher. Now the rub here, of course, is you need 2/3 to vote in favor of this measure for it to pass. So despite the fact that support is a little stronger, both in terms of total yes and as well as the certainty, it's actually farther from passage than the other measure we just looked at. It's 10 points below that 2/3 threshold. And what makes this type of measure particularly difficult, you can see, is you've got nearly 3 in 10 who are saying definitely no. And obviously that effectively means you have to win almost all of the rest of the voters to say, yes, I'll vote for this. And that's a hard thing to do, particularly in this climate. So again, you can see the broad demographic differences here. It's notable that, you know, in this measure for libraries, there is a pretty big gender gap, a 15-point difference on libraries. This question, we also tested the $60 parcel tax as an alternative form to raise this money. And you can see this measure has very weak support. In fact, more voters oppose it. Almost 6 in 10 oppose it, and more than 4 in 10 say definitely no. This is pretty consistent with the research we do. Parcel taxes tend to be harder to pass. Voters have a stronger reaction to this kind of measure than they do sales taxes typically. We did ask a question of how frequently they use their local libraries, getting a sense of how important libraries are to the community. And you can see, we asked the question, how often do you use or visit your local public library? Is it frequently, occasionally, hardly ever, or never? Only 15% say they are frequent users or visit the library. 3 in 10 occasionally, 55% say hardly ever or never. We did not include, you know, accessing materials online. We asked visit, go there. If we had asked online, perhaps there might be a little higher difference here. But I think by and large, this is telling us a lot of voters. Doesn't mean they don't like the idea of neighborhood libraries or community libraries in their area, but it's just not something that they're frequently using. They're not making use of this service as a whole. There are some differences I've highlighted. Women a little more likely to use the libraries regularly, voters over 65 as well. In terms of what they prioritize, if these measures were on the ballot, sort of putting aside whether they're going to support or oppose them, just what they think is important uses of funds. And so on this first slide, this goes towards unincorporated. And these are unincorporated respondents only you're seeing here, their responses, because this is about a general purpose measure and what it could be used for. And I think what you're seeing on this slide is sort of indicative of what we know both sort of intuitively in the research we do in California and all over the state at the local, county, statewide level, frankly, that voters' priorities, homelessness is clearly something voters want addressed. You can see here, the question is, how important is that use of funds to you personally? The dark blue is extremely important, then the sort of lighter blue is very important, the lightest blue is somewhat important, the orange not too important. Excuse me. You have about 6 in 10 voters in this unincorporated community who say addressing homelessness is extremely important. That's a pretty high level of intensity. It sort of shows you right off the bat the homelessness problem in Santa Barbara County is just as sort of strongly felt as it might be anywhere else in this state. So it is a big issue for them. As is repairing potholes in roads, the basic services of making streets and roads safer. And you can see on this page, there's several items related to infrastructure. You know, bridges, roads are one way to talk about it. You go down the list, you can see upgrading flood control and storm drain systems, obviously local rains. We've all felt the effect. So it is something on the minds of a lot of residents in this community. But there's also public safety here, groundwater resources, as well as affordable housing. So there are a range of issues that voters in the unincorporated community say are highly important to them. And you can see to the right, you know, you've got things when we add the extremely and very important 80% or more, saying that this is an extremely or very important use of potential revenue that could be raised through a ballot measure. This next slide gives you a sense of additional items that were tested. And again, public safety at the top of the list, maintaining staffing levels for custody and law enforcement deputies over 7 and 10, extremely or very important. Municipal programs, again, repairing roads, maintaining parks. Heard 911 issues before, but communications equipment is also part of it. There's some other items here as well. It's interesting as you go down the list, obviously, you know, people, doesn't mean things are unimportant, but it just means prioritization. And you can see as we go down the list, things like investing in local trails, just not on the minds of unincorporated voters as intensely. This next slide goes back to the library measure. And again, now we're asking this question of all Santa Barbara County voters, so it's not just the unincorporated community. And what you're seeing here are the priorities of how funds for the library measure should be spent. And what's notable here is, and it sort of goes back to the 2/3 issue, is when you have a 2/3 measure, sort of one of the barometers that we use is, what do people say is important at a high level? Particularly if you got to get to 2/3, you want uses of funds that 2/3 of voters are saying, that's extremely very important. It means something to me to invest in that. And you can see the first two items on this slide are really the only ones that sort of get close to that level, and they have to do with expanding youth reading and homework programs and preventing closures of libraries. The other items on this list, whether investing in technology, hiring staff, improving spaces for libraries, it's not to say that most voters still say they're important. It's just not the intense level of importance that we usually find is necessary for voters to say, okay, that's a really significant investment I want to make. It's worth considering supporting a ballot measure. And there's just not that many uses that reach that threshold. We did do sort of a test of public education program that the county might invest in should it consider communicating with the public. I didn't provide all the text that goes with these, but the general themes of these statements so that you can see what the themes are that we tested and what type of response they elicit. And so again, now sort of go back and forth. We're back to just the unincorporated respondents, since this is the general purpose measure and it can be used for a variety of services and programs. And you can see here, natural disaster response. 3/4 are saying that is a very or somewhat convincing reason to support a local ballot measure, to fund natural disaster response, those 911 emergency services in case of a flooding, earthquake, wildfires, mudslides, all of those things that potentially could happen. 2/3 say addressing homelessness, investing in mental health services, improving shelters, investing in local affordable housing projects. That is also a convincing reason to support it. 3/4 investing in local infrastructure, as we discussed before. And then 2/3 say it is supporting public safety services, police, fire, sheriff's deputies, 911 response. That is a convincing statement in terms of supporting a local ballot measure. So these are generally effective statements. That being said, after we gave those statements to replicate public education, we wanted to see how they impacted the public. And what we see here is it really didn't affect voters at all. And in fact, the more they think about sort of taxes and their own personal situation these days, we can see, provoking those thoughts can often be have a negative impact. The no vote doesn't really change here, which is interesting. It just sort of stays where it is. But we see a slight dip in the yes vote. But what is notable here is the definitely yes vote declines by 7-8 points. And so what we're seeing is, I think a lot of the voters, we know from our research, I'm sure you hear it, as you meet with your constituents, concerns about costs in a variety of ways, whether that's cost of housing, cost of living, going to the grocery store, what they're seeing on a day-to-day basis in the sense of, do I really want to pay higher taxes right now? Can I afford that personally? And I think that underscores a lot of what we're seeing in this research. We did the same for the library measure, and again, these are the statements, the themes of what we tested. And again, like we saw with the the specific uses of funds, when we draw a connection between the libraries and the services they provide to the communities in terms of education programs, as well as the benefits they provide to the community as a place for people to go and get resources, those are the most sort of resonant ways of talking about how investing in the library benefits the county. When we start talking about other issues related to repairing or building new facilities, voters aren't necessarily as interested in funding those aspects related to the library measure. So again, we asked them to respond to a potential ballot measure on the library, and you can see here like the the 1 cent sales tax in the unincorporated community, the library sales tax also declines in support as we go through the survey. And so you can see just over half vote in favor it after a simulated public education program. The no vote, again, is not really changing. We're just seeing voters less likely to vote in favor and fewer saying that they would definitely vote yes. So I'll just wrap up my presentation with some conclusions. What we saw in this research, there's a fair amount of voters in this community who say there is a need for additional funding. 6 in 10 say great or some. We can see some demographic differences by party, by gender, by age, in terms of race and ethnicity as well. But there is this general sense that the county does need some additional revenue to fund local services. Tested these 2 ballot measures. The initial vote, very close in terms of an unincorporated sales tax. It's a little soft, but it does get over 50%. But to be honest, within the margin of error of the sample. The sales tax for the library, however, is far below the 2/3 level and suggests a much tougher measure to pass. In terms of how funding would be prioritized, voters definitely think homelessness, investing in local infrastructure, be that roads, water resources, flood controls, all very important, and then investing in public safety services as well. As I just sort of went through, you can see the public education program simulation that we do in our research did not have sort of necessarily either a beneficial or effect on how voters view these 2 ballot measures. Support does decline for both. Didn't show it in this summary to be quicker, but we did test arguments against these measures. And what again shows in the research here and elsewhere in California is once we start talking about concerns about prices, cost, inflation, what people are seeing on a day-to-day basis, we see support come down even more. And so voters' concern about what they're paying on a daily basis is something that's certainly on their minds. This is not to suggest that voters either countywide or in the unincorporated community say these services are unimportant, that they should be cut or reduced. It's just a question of, at this moment, do they feel comfortable paying additional taxes given what's on their mind? And so I'd sort of conclude with saying, I think it's pretty clear the library sales tax or parcel tax even is probably not viable given the results of these survey, and that a sales tax would be challenging. There's a lot of headwinds, I think, these days in terms of, particularly based on this research that suggests a sales tax in the unincorporated community would also be a pretty challenging thing to do. So I'll stop there and happy to pass it back to Brittany, and then happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sklarz. Just a couple reminders for the board as we're talking about these ballot measures. We were provided a schedule from our elections office, and I think, can we bring the PowerPoint back up on the screen, please? So the timeline that we're looking at for the November 2024 ballot includes coming back to introduce a new tax ordinance on June 25th. So at this time, we would need final language for the ordinance. And that would be the first reading. And then on July 9th, there would be an adoption, the second reading of the ordinance, and request consolidation with the November election. We would spend July through October on some public information education period, and then November 5th is the election. So that would be the general calendar that we'd have to follow. Some things to keep in mind as we think about this is that the November 2024 ballot is expected to be very crowded. We've been talking with our lobbyists in Sacramento, and they anticipate that there could be greater than 10 initiatives or referenda on the ballot. Those are statewide, and so then you also have local measures at the city level, potentially in other districts. So that's just a lot of information for voters to take in. So we'd be competing with a number of other ballot initiatives. And then something that's been titled thus far the Taxpayer and Government Accountability Act. You might know it as the Business Roundtable movement, is also has qualified and is likely will be on the November ballot. And this act could affect the ballot language for local tax measures, including those that are on the same ballot. The act that has been put forward by the supporters includes language that makes local measures retroactive. So anything that passed prior to a particular date, including what's on the same ballot, would need to have very specific language about how the money would be spent and sunset dates. And so that's something we would need to consider. It doesn't change the threshold for a general sales tax, but it does make it more restrictive. So some potential options for next steps for the board to consider. You could talk to staff about authorizing additional outreach in the form of focus groups, potentially some additional polling. We could look at some public education campaigns, going around to various committees and groups and talking about what the need is in the county and what a general sales tax could be used for, or a combination of any of these three activities. You could direct staff to prepare ballot language for a tax measure in November. And like I said, that would come back to you in around the end of June for consideration. And then the other option would be to reevaluate for next ballot cycle, which would be in 2026. There could be a consideration for additional tax generation. We covered sales tax and parcel tax today. I know that there have been questions about potentially raising the transient occupancy tax, otherwise known as TOT. So those are some of the options that we're presenting to you today. And finally, just to reiterate the recommendations, receive and file this presentation from FM3, and then provide any direction to staff as appropriate and our CEQA clearance. So with that, I'm going to close there, and we're both available here for questions. We also have the Director of Community Services here if there are questions specifically about the library measure and anything related to that as well. So thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levinino. I thought some really interesting statistics there. You look into the 4th District, which is a large portion of the unincorporated area, especially in the North County. You see the 68% of those in the 4th District think that there is a great or some need for additional revenue to provide quality local services, but when we asked if we want to give them a sales tax to do that, it drops by 21%. And I think what you're seeing there is a concern that they like to see more done with the existing revenue that's generated from these unincorporated areas to actually benefit the unincorporated areas. There's a rub when you have communities like that in your district where we have a general fund that competes with a lot of different needs. Homelessness is something that a city may participate in with their tippy toes, but we go shoulders deep into homelessness. We have a jail. We have other services that we provide. We provide library funds for cities. Cities don't provide library funds for unincorporated areas. We subsidize many of our cities with their sheriff's department, with their contracts. So a lot of things that we do in the county, we're taking county general fund that we already get and subsidizing cities. And so I think that's where there's a challenge there. And I don't think that there would be a strong belief from those in the unincorporated area, at least in the areas that I represent, that the county would actually take that extra $15 million and spend it on them. They're the ones that are generating those taxes. And I think there would be an expectation. There's a frustration when they see cities, they spend it on their residents, and they don't spend it on the county residents necessarily. So there's a disconnect there. I think there's a level of trust that we need to build with the unincorporated areas first before we ask them for more money, personally. I think that from the numbers that I've seen there, that it's going to be a challenge to be successful here. And I think the only way that you get successful is you really go out to those unincorporated area residents and really do an education to them on what you're currently providing and what that would mean to their benefit. And then what controls would you put in place with this? I know you can't, it's not a special tax if you went to the 4/5 version. But we know a lot of these tax dollars are fungible, right? So you may defund certain, you yes, you'll spend those tax dollars specifically on the things that were listed there, but you might take the funding that currently exists for those programs and spend them on something else. And I think that's where the rub happens. I would prefer to see us spend more time and effort and energy on trying to go after other revenue generating businesses in our community, whether that's, streamlining a permitting process, especially for commercial activity. We're missing out on huge opportunities with businesses because our planning process is so cumbersome. It's not just the housing that it's hurting, it's actually hurting our bottom line with property taxes and sales taxes. I've got one project alone that probably would create $500,000 in general fund, but it's been stuck in planning for years, just for one parcel. If we would took that seriously in this county and actually did some economic development and actually helped things through the process, I think we could hit that 15 million in other ways. I also have been really encouraged by some of the efforts that we're doing on recreation in our parks and potentially generating revenue there. I think this board has made some significant investments and will continue to. And again, thank you to Supervisor Hartman for her advocacy in those spots. I think those are ways that we can create more revenue to spread out countywide. I'm discouraged. I don't think that many of my voters would support a sales tax at this point until they saw more of an investment by the county in these unincorporated areas. We created these unincorporated areas. Maybe partly the state pushed them on us, but we've urbanized a lot of our areas that typically would receive services from a city and other in other worlds. But we have an obligation to serve them, and I think we need to probably do more before we ask for them to pay more.
Supervisor Capps.
Thanks for the analysis. I'm really glad we did it, and I'm glad we used the funds to do this. It's important to understand. Ordinarily, I would be all for using public resources this way, but there's a time and a place, and I believe if we move forward on these, that we would actually be moving backwards with the public and trust, and it just has to do with economics and people still feeling very pinched, as you indicated. We have a confusing picture out there economically with unemployment down historically, but also inflation is very persistent. People are, coming off the pandemic, so this doesn't surprise me. It disappoints me, but it doesn't surprise me. And I think that if we were to move forward, again, we would be taking a step back because I don't think we would be successful. I was proud to be part of a 2016 effort to get a bond for our public schools that passed by 68%. In a year that the national political scene changed dramatically in a different direction. So again, timing is everything, and I just don't see the timing for this one moving forward. I do want to congratulate District 2 for being such a proud users of libraries. I was pleased to see that, not at all surprised, but very pleased. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I agree with my colleagues that this would not be the time to proceed, unfortunately. But I do want to understand this more in the context of what's going on elsewhere, right? Because I think it's important to truth test polls from what pollsters are seeing in other communities to translate it, right? I'm translating it that people are feeling squeezed by, probably by a confluence of factors that are, high interest rates being one of them, that make it difficult to think about public investment. But I also am curious about if that's consistent with what you're seeing in other areas, if that's changed in polls that were done more recently, because I know your firm does a lot. And how and if your firm has been doing any TOT polling, because that's a little bit different than other tax measures in and of. It would obviously not create the same kind of revenue as we're talking about right here, but it may be a different question for people to decide to tax themselves versus to tax the folks who are staying in a $3,000 a night place in the Miramar or the Biltmore. So, I think that's something I would love to know either now or later.
I mean, I'm happy to tell you that I think The mood we see in this survey is pretty consistent with what we're seeing today, without getting into any specific research for various clients or organizations. I think what we're seeing a lot of is initially people are like this idea of, investing in their community, be it a city, a county, a special district, whatever that service is. But as sort of they're confronted with the reality of, okay, money for services is great, but then also here's sort of the rub. You've got to pay higher taxes, and you have these other concerns that are going on. We're seeing a lot of voters sort of pull back. And I think what's interesting in some of our research is the people that, who are normally the most supportive of some of these types of measures, and that tends to be younger voters, under the age of, let's say, 45, they're also the ones feeling even more economically stressed or uncertain right now. And so in past years when, there's been lots of local school bonds or local city ballot measures on, particularly in a year like this where turnout is projected to be very high because of the presidential race, there was the sense that these voters were going to support in very high numbers. It's not to say that they won't support these types of measures, but I think there's a greater sort of uncertainty this year than in, if you go back 2, 4, 6, or even 8 years, to think about how they're feeling about their own personal financial situation. I think within that context, putting that aside, there's also, I think we're in a very polarized, divisive time in terms of how we view our government and politics. And, for a long time, that was something that happened at the national level, or maybe even at the state level. It did not affect local government. That's not necessarily the case anymore. At the local level, people are feeling, that sort of hostility, and it's an us against them attitude, and sort of these ballot measures become another way for people to sort of express that view. And so, right or wrong, if this is a ballot measure just about libraries or local services, it gets wrapped up in some other ideas. And so that can be part of the sort of stew of what you're looking at with these types of measures. And then lastly, just to sort of talk about the TOT a little bit, yes, we do research on those types of measures. Traditionally, they've been relatively painless for voters to support. They have been sort of passed, I think, relatively at high levels. I think every community with TOTs is a little different. I've seen in some other communities, particularly, and not to say Santa Barbara County is this, but in areas where a lot of people say, oh, I live in a nice place, I may live sort of on the inland, and every, year, maybe a couple weekends out of the year, I drive in and stay at a hotel on the coast because it's a fun, getaway. It's a little different when you sort of vacation closer to where you live, or maybe take that, 2 or 3 night trip a couple times a year, or you have family coming in. So I don't want to say that means you couldn't pass one here, or you could pass one here, but I think the scenarios can be a little different. But on the whole, yeah, TOTs tend to be a little less, cause a little less friction for voters to say, it's out-of-towners, they're using our resources, they're willing to do it, we should make them pay their fair share.
All right, Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. Well, I think it's been very interesting to get the results. And I guess I hear you saying, even though this was done, last November or so, but you think the results are probably still, even though the stock market's at all-time highs and everything, that people are still feeling crimped, and the results that you found are still what you think would find today.
Yeah, I do. I think for most people who these types of ballot measures, on a day-to-day basis, the things, it's sort of the conflict we're seeing where people we're seeing great numbers, we're told the economy's doing very well, but at the same time we drive by the gas stations, we see those dollar prices, you go to the supermarket, and it feels like you're paying more and not getting as much as you used to, and it's sort of, economists will tell us we're doing better, the psychology of all of this. I'm just here to say this is how voters are feeling right now, and I think for a lot of people, it's sort of maybe a wait and see attitude of what's on the ballot, how do I feel about where I'm going right now? And so projecting, how they're going to feel 6 months from now about paying an additional percentage of taxes on, goods and services, potentially. It's hard to say, but for right now, it feels like, given these results, if you had a bigger cushion, maybe, if support was higher, it might be, say, you can still go for it. Might be tough, but it's worth pursuing. Here, the cushion is very marginal. In fact, you're sort of right within that margin of error, particularly for the unincorporated measure, to say, and I wouldn't want to be here saying you should definitely go for it when that's just really not a scenario I can truthfully say.
Well, I really appreciate it. I have 3 takeaways. First of all, the findings on homelessness, our county has invested tremendously in that, and it's reinforcing to see that so many people in the public rank that as a high issue, given how seriously we've invested. The second thing is, as I look at the sales tax rates, I believe the city of Buellton is considering raising theirs. It doesn't make sense to me over the long run to be a point or more below others in the county when that would be $15 million. So this may not be the time now, but we know our insurance costs. I mean, it's hitting us, the kinds of inflationary costs that we see elsewhere. Insurance, workers' comp. I attended the roadmap meeting, and 30% our costs are going up on fixing the very roads that people want fixed. And then our workforce costs are going up too. So I think whatever education eventually needs to be done, we have to make clear that we're part of this mix. And if we want to continue the kinds of services that people have come to enjoy and expect from us, we can't do that without keeping up. And I believe our county has done an enormous amount to become leaner and more efficient, and we're realizing a lot of those gains in IT and through the Renew program and through the consultant reports. I don't know that there's a lot more that we can do to streamline internally. There are a few, obviously it's an ongoing project, but I think we've gone a long way on that. And maybe there's more things we need to do to communicate to the public what we've already done. I don't know how much revenue generation at the scale that's needed. I just don't see millions coming in. I think we need to revisit this when the times are a little rosier.
Okay. When you get a call from Congressman Carvajal's office, you take it, right? So, yeah, appreciate the work that's done. I kind of had a sneaking suspicion this is kind of the result we were going to see, but I think it was money well spent, and apparently you did not call our budget staff, who really needs this money. So there's need and want. Unfortunately, we have to go out and convince folks. So I think the climate's, as everybody just said, it's probably just not the right time. Everything's about timing, especially in elections. So appreciate this. Good work. And we'll try it again some other time. So can I get, is there any public comment?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item from the public.
Can I get a motion on recommended items A, B, and C?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor.
I'm fine seconding, but
Capps.
did we need to give direction on B, or is it? Was that clear enough?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I think we're good. It sounds like we want to continue to explore maybe future efforts beyond 2024.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good. Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor Capps. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for all the good work.
No voting screen. Still no voting screen.
What's that?
Still no voting screen.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know. So we're going to do D3. Oh, there we go. We're going to do D3, and then we will break for lunch after that. So, Madam Clerk, can we please read departmental item number 3 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding accepting the California Coastal Commission's conditional certification of the child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments, case number 22 ORD 5, as an amendment to the county's Certified Local Coastal Program, LCP.
Ms. Plowman?
Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this was a packet that was considered by the board quite some time ago. In fact, Supervisor Hart was still sitting with the board, and it's been with the Coastal Commission for a lengthy period of time. They did have some comments and some changes they wanted to make to this packet, a suggestion that we hold some things over that we can work on at a later date. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our staff here, Karina, and Alex Tuttle is with us too.
Thank you, Ms. Plowman. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Karina Venegas-Martin, and I will be presenting the conditional certification of the child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments, local coastal program amendment to your board today. On November 29th of 2022, the board adopted the child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments, which amended permit requirements to Article 2, the coastal zoning ordinance, for the development of child care facilities, and also minor amendments which corrected and clarified existing text provisions. The board also adopted a resolution authorizing staff to submit the child care facilities and minor amendments LCP amendment to the Coastal Commission for review and certification on January 24th of 2023. On February 7th of 2024, the Coastal Commission conditionally certified the LCP amendment with 4 suggested modifications. Today, the board will consider accepting the Coastal Commission's conditional certification by adopting a resolution. If the board accepts the conditional certification, staff will submit the resolution to the Coastal Commission. The Commission's executive director will then make a determination that the county's action is legally adequate to satisfy any specific requirements set forth in the Coastal Commission certification order, and report this determination to the Coastal Commission at its next scheduled public meeting. If the Coastal Commission does not object the executive director's determination, the certification will be deemed final, and the child care facilities and minor amendments LCP amendment will go into effect immediately within the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission conditional certification letter includes 4 suggested modifications to the child care facilities and minor amendments LCP amendment. Suggested modification 1 deletes a proposed exemption to the Article 2, Section 35-51B, exemption from planning permit requirements, to allow for the development of electric vehicle charging stations and hydrogen fueling stations to be exempt from obtaining a coastal development permit. Coastal staff found that the exemption is written too broadly and it is not consistent with the categories of development that are exempt from the requirements of a CDP. And as written, the exemption can raise issues related to protecting coastal resources, and in some cases, displacing or limiting public coastal access parking by privatization of public parking spaces for electric vehicles, as well as the loss of parking spaces for non-electric vehicle users. Planning and development staff agreed to coordinate with coastal staff on ways to streamline permits for electric vehicle charging stations and hydrogen fueling stations consistent with both state law, the Coastal Act, and the county's LCP. This will be done as part of a future LCP amendment effort to prevent the delay in certifying the child care facilities and minor amendments. Suggested modification 2 deletes the proposed major vegetation removal definition, which was intended to formally incorporate an existing footnote found within the county's coastal land use plan into Article 2. Coastal staff found that the definition is inconsistent with the Coastal Act and the LCP's definition of development, meaning that the removal of any native vegetation involving a cumulative total of less than 1/2 acre of land would not be subject to the coastal resource protection policies of the LCP, such as those policies requiring all development adjacent to environmentally sensitive habitat areas to be regulated to avoid adverse impacts to habitat resources. Deleting and not formally incorporating the footnote into a definition will simply be a continuation of existing practices that will not conflict with the LCP. Suggested modification number 3 incorporates new text to clarify that a CDP is the required permit type for daycare centers serving 51 or more children. Suggested modification 4 clarifies that a change of use from a residential to a large family daycare home serving children is exempt from zoning permits. Suggested modifications 3 and 4 are needed to ensure consistency with the LCP and provide clarifications to the permit requirements for child care centers and family daycare homes. And on November 29th of 2022, the board determined that the preparation and adoption of the child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments, LCP amendment, is exempt from environmental review as they would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts, pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, 15265, and 15301P. Thus, the board's action to accept the Coastal Commission's suggested modifications to the child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments LCP amendment is exempt from further environmental review. In conclusion, staff recommends that your board take the following actions found on pages 1 through 2 of the April 2nd board letter. To summarize, they are to receive notice of the Coastal Commission's conditional certification of an amendment to the county's local coastal program with 4 suggested modifications, adopt a resolution acknowledging receipt of the Coastal Commission's conditional certification with modifications, accepting and agreeing to the suggested modifications, agreeing to issue coastal development permits for the total area included in the conditionally certified LCP, and adopting the LCP amendment with the 4 suggested modifications. Determine that the board's action is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3, 15265, and 15301P. And finally, direct planning and development to transmit the adopted resolution to the executive director of the Coastal Commission. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff are available for any questions. Thank you.
Very much. Board questions, Supervisor Williams?
Thanks, Karina. I just wanted to get your assessment, yours and your rest of your staff. You know, it seems like every time we try to make the process easier, we get a pushback about it. And in particular, I was just looking at the electric charging and hydrogen charging, or hydrogen fueling amendments. I wonder, you know, do you think that there would not be as much of a pushback, or do you think that sending back to them it's exempt if there's a replacement parking spot provided, or you know, and there's no native vegetation removed? I mean, is it worth pushing it a little bit harder, is essentially what I'm asking, responding to their comments, but not just caving, you know?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. I think staff would recommend that, well, first off, we have had conversations with the staff, coastal staff, and they see the importance of what we're trying to accomplish, and I don't think conceptually they have any issue with that. It's just the way we had written it, they thought was too broad. we can push back and come present to them with further suggested changes to see if we can reach common ground, but that would simply delay adoption of these other amendments. And so, and require a new round of LCP submittal and review. So I think I would recommend that, and staff recommends that we just accept these modifications, get the child care amendments in and adopted, and then tackle the EV charging stations as a subsequent effort. I think we'll be able to reach some common ground in terms of language that we can both be satisfied with that will get us to the finish line on that.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you for Supervisor Williams for raising that, because it certainly stuck out to me too as being not really in step with where we want to go, to not allow charging stations near beaches. So I just want to make sure I understand what you just said, though, that they rejected it but had changes and we're not able to take in the changes at this point? Is that what you just said?
Supervisor Capps, the chair, they did not have suggested changes. They said that they're willing to work with us on revisions and acceptable language, but would recommend that we do that as part of a separate package as opposed to delaying the adoption of the child care amendments.
Okay, well, I would be for, if that's a potential of moving forward on the childcare pieces, but further work on this piece on electric charging stations, if that's a potential move here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. My question is just with the timelines involved with this, especially since our next item is about long-range planning. So if I understand this right, we passed it the board in November 22, and about 2 months later, we submitted it to the Coastal Commission, and then it took 13 months for them to get back to us? Is that how that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is somewhat correct. We did submit it to the Coastal Commission back in January, late January. I believe it was actually February 14th of 2023. Coastal Commission then spent some time to review it and made a decision on February 7th of 2024.
So
but
13 months.
correct, yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's not irregular. That is a pretty common length of time for them to take on packages that we submit.
Well,
so it does take an extended period of time.
Yeah, I guess I'm pointing that out in part maybe as a criticism of the Coastal Commission, such a minor package here with a significant public use that takes 13 months. You know, think about some of the big things that we're trying to get done and how problematic that is. And so, you know, we would just encourage our local commissioner, Harmon, to crack the whip. I mean, there's a lot of things this board wants to get done. And if it takes 13 months to get childcare approved, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. So, you know, I would really, if there's any of them out there that care about what we think up here on the board, I just think that that's just something that should change, and their staff should want to move things faster. And I think that's also one of the reasons why you see problems with our housing and all these other things that get gummied up is we start to think 13 months for such a minor use is somehow acceptable. And that's where we even in our own planning department sometimes get used to just delays. And I do think that we need to be demanding more prompt attention to these efforts. So.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I don't disagree with any of that. I will to acknowledge that with our recent package, the ADU regulations that your board took action on last November, the Coastal Commission actually already acted on those, and so that was a rather quick turnaround, and we got those certified at the Coastal Commission within about 2 months. So it's not unheard of. In that instance, we worked with them in advance to make sure that we had addressed all their issues before we took action locally. And that's a model that we will strive to continue with, especially on the more minor, straightforward projects.
Mr. Tuttle, thank you for sharing that. I think that's encouraging.
Okay, any more questions? We have any public comment?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay. Seeing no other deliberation or questions, we'll entertain a motion.
Move A through D.
Let's see, I was just hoping to move A through D with that recommendation on the charging stations.
It's already.
It's in there. Okay, excellent.
Yep.
Then I second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to recess to closed session. County Council, could you please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board is scheduled to meet in closed session on one item of existing litigation, Joshua Rubo versus the county. It's a Santa Barbara Superior Court case, as well as anticipated litigation. There's significant exposure to civil litigation for 9 cases, and those 9 claims are attached to the agenda. And the time estimate is 45 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll come back in 45 minutes, so 12:50, somewhere around there. It ain't the roll, it's the goal. Got it. There. All right, we're going to be returning from closed session. We're reconvening this meeting of April 2nd, 2024. County Council, could you please report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of existing litigation, Rubo versus the County of Santa Barbara, and on significant exposure to civil litigation, 9 cases, and the claims are attached to the agenda. The board took no reportable action.
All right, thank you very much. That takes us to a departmental agenda item number 4. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Long Range Planning Division, LRP, fiscal years 2024 through 2027 work program.
Ms. Plowman.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, today I have Alex Tuttle, our Deputy Director, and Elise Dale, our Assistant Director, here to present our 3-year work program for next fiscal year and the following 2 fiscal years. We've been doing this for, I think, well, we've been doing it for a long time, but we extended it to 3 years about 4 years ago. And we think it gives you, the board, a higher elevation view of what the workload is like in the department and the division specifically. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tuttle, and he will make the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavagnino, members of the board. Pleased to be here. So as Ms. Plowman indicated, the purpose of the presentation today is to walk through the upcoming fiscal year 2024 through 2027 annual work program. Before we get into what's ahead of us, I wanted to highlight some accomplishments for this past year, go over some considerations that influence what's incorporated into the work program, and then get into the heart of the matter. So accomplishments. Our division has accomplished much this past year, including, not to be undone, is the housing element update. It was a monumental undertaking that we received adoption by your board back in December 2023 and obtained compliance by the state HCD in January of this year. Part of that effort was completion of the program EIR, again, a significant undertaking, and then we have just recently initiated the rezone hearings. Another large effort this past year has been the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance amendments. Part of the accomplishments in this last year have been drafting the ordinance amendments, completing the program EIR, and getting through 5 Planning Commission hearings, and with a plan to return in May for final Planning Commission recommendation. Another effort that is an annual effort is our various zoning ordinance amendments. This past year, we updated the ADU ordinance regulations in all 3 zoning codes, the MLUDC, LUDC, and coastal zoning ordinance, including certification in short order by the Coastal Commission of our Article 2 amendments. We've also initiated draft amendments to comply with Senate Bill 9, pertaining to single-family dwelling development, as well as updates to our telecommunication ordinance amendments, which we'll be taking forward to decision-maker hearings later this year. Part of the annual effort this past year has also been transferring all of our zoning ordinances into the county code with the Muni code. Turned out to be a bigger work effort than we had anticipated, and we're still working through that on a month-by-month basis. Lastly, on this page, or on this slide, is the housing bills that were updated for our code just back in February. Your board took action, and that was various updates to our regulations to comply with various state housing bills. In addition, we have our annual comprehensive plan annual progress report, which the Planning Commission reviewed just back last month and was submitted to state HCD just last week. We have the environmental justice element, where staff have drafted the environmental justice element. We've initiated or completed public outreach and coordination with various departments Nearly every department is touched by that document. Additionally, we have the safety element update. Wildfire-related amendments were completed back in July of last year. We've initiated or nearly completed evacuation modeling as a second component to that, and the third component being the preparation of the climate adaptation plan. Additionally, another ongoing effort is our zoning ordinance and comp plan amendment project. This is an effort to modernize various zoning standards in our code pertaining to multifamily and commercial zones, as well as to look for opportunities to streamline our permit processing and make more projects truly ministerial. Our accomplishments with this effort have been eliminating the shopping center zone, realizing that that was a bit of an antiquated zone district, and rezoning all those properties to C2. Next in line is updating our lighting and sign regulations to unify them throughout the county. We also have the utility scale solar ordinance amendment project. After an unfortunate delay in getting that initiated, we have initiated the draft amendments on that, and you'll be hearing more about that later in this presentation. And then lastly, part of our ongoing work is coordinating LAFCO report backs as well as responsible agency reviews. So what's left for this fiscal year is completion of the rezones and accompanying amendments for the housing element. Wrapping up the Planning Commission hearings on the Ag Enterprise Ordinance and initiating board hearings on that project later this summer. Preparing a scope of work and initiating the RFP process for the circulation element update and the consultant selection to do the technical reports to support that work. Completing the draft environmental justice element and presenting that to decision-making or hearings later this spring, summer. And continuing work on the safety element update by completing our evacuation modeling and planning effort, as well as continuing work on draft adaptation strategies as part of the climate adaptation plan. To round out the rest of this fiscal year, we have our continued work with the zoning ordinance and comp plan amendments. As I mentioned, the next on deck is updated lighting and sign regulations, which will be taken through to decision maker hearings later this spring, summer, and continuing drafting other amendments as part of that effort. Additionally, we have the energy element and updates to our CEQA thresholds for greenhouse gas emissions. We've been operating under interim thresholds for the last couple of years, and this is a component to be in alignment with the Climate Action Plan. So your board will be considering these updates. I believe it's scheduled for June of this year. And then lastly, we have our continued work on our zoning ordinance maintenance and amendment packages, annual work. Your last item was the child care facilities and getting Coastal Commission final certification on that package, and then continued work on Senate Bill 9 and telecommunication regulations, as I mentioned. So that's what we've accomplished this past year, as I mentioned, a fairly significant workload. Things to consider as we look forward and continue to work on our work program include the fact that many of the projects we undertake are multi-year efforts. They require a continued commitment of resources to complete. We've also seen more and more over the years that a lot of our work is devoted towards various state mandates that limits the amount of discretion that we as a county or you as a board can direct for staff to undertake. We also have various programs that require ongoing implementation and new elements that will be adopted that will continue to require annual ongoing activities. Another consideration is the work we do in support of other departments, such as the Climate Action Plan and the Rec Master Plan being overseen by the Community Services Department. Then we go into where your board does have some discretion in terms of directing non-mandated project and work items. And all this is under the framework of our staffing and funding resources. We have, our division is 15 full-time staff, including myself. And our funding sources are a combination of grant funds, general fund, various other funding resources. We've seen, especially at the state level, clamping down potentially over the next couple of years on state grant opportunities, which might limit some of our work we're able to accomplish. So moving in then to our work program and how we're allocating our resources. We have approximately 1.5 full-time equivalents of staff that are devoted towards various ongoing services that we provide to other departments and other agencies within the county. This includes things such as annual review of the CIP, looking at coordinating with SBCAG, supporting the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee, and various other responsible agency reviews and such efforts. Then we have more of our administrative behind-the-scenes work, which are our business operations that requires approximately, on average, 4 full-time equivalents per year. This is division administration, staff meetings, trainings, process improvement, developing our budget, things of that nature. And then we get into the work, into the projects. We've broken it down here between those that are mandated versus those that are non-mandated, and I'll start with the mandated. The first is SBCAG and the Airport Land Use Committee recently adopted airport land use compatibility plans last year. We need to update our zoning code to align and comply with those plans in order to comply with the law in that regard. We also have the circulation element update. The last time this document was seen any significant update was in 1980 when it was first adopted. There's been limited work here and there over the years, but as part of a more significant overhaul of the document, this will require a multi-year effort. We also have a state requirement to update the open space element. Again, it was adopted in 1979 and has not seen much attention since then. State requires that we update that by 2026. Once adopted, the environmental justice element requires various work, not only from our division and our department, but other departments as well, as you'll see. So we have some staff work associated with implementation of that document. And then what you'll see here is also a significant undertaking associated with implementation of the housing element update. As you might recall, part of that document requires or identified 25 programs to be implemented over the 8-year housing cycle. It's going to require significant staff resources for the foreseeable future. And then lastly, on the mandated work is our continued ongoing work with the safety element update. And then we move into the non-mandated work, and this is a combination of ongoing continued projects as well as either some deferred work or some new work. So ongoing as the agricultural enterprise ordinance amendments. One project we're proposing to continue to defer is the Coastal Resiliency Local Coastal Program Amendment. We have the Climate Action Plan implementation, again, once adopted by your board or assuming adoption by your board, work to implement those efforts. We have our ongoing work on the zoning ordinance amendments to allow more ministerial development and update regulations in our residential and commercial zones. We have continued support of the REC Master Plan with CSD. Another project that has been deferred the last few years is short-term rentals in the coastal zone. And so we're presenting, bringing that forward again, and that's something for your board to take into consideration. We have continued work on the utility scale solar project, and then our annual zoning ordinance amendment packages. And the first 2 items here, SB 9 and telecom, those are already underway. And then the rest on this list, we have oil and gas amendments, cannabis odor requirements. We've heard interest in special events, and then various cleanup packages. And so that's sort of a laundry list of various ordinance amendments that we could try to tackle. This next slide shows a potential timeline of what these various projects look like over the next 3 years. The green shows where there's significant work effort by staff. The blue is where, for those projects that involve coastal zoning ordinance amendments or amendments to our LCPA that require certification by the Coastal Commission. And often at that point in the process, much of it is waiting, as we discussed at the last item. So there's not quite as significant staff workload associated at that point in the process. But what you'll see from this chart is for the upcoming fiscal year and well into 25, 26, we're pretty well committed. Things do start opening up in 25, 26, and then in 26, 27 as well. Of course, you never know what other state mandates might come along that will be required to account for, but this at least gives you a good understanding of kind of where we're at for the next few years. Some potential future projects or projects that could be wrapped in sooner rather than later for your consideration. Many of these have been identified for the last several years. One is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. As you know, that was enacted at the state level several years ago. To bring our comprehensive plan into alignment with that would require some amendments. I've also listed here the Isla Vista Master Plan. If you recall, that was adopted initially by your board or by a prior board in 2007. And there's been some potential discussion about trying to bring that back to life. We also have various amendments to our CEQA thresholds. We've done some targeted amendments over the last several years, including probably the most significant one recently was the vehicle miles traveled. But there's other issue areas within our CEQA thresholds that are in need of an update as well, such as our groundwater thresholds. And then not to be left out of the conversation is looking at other elements of the comprehensive plan, such as the agricultural element, noise element, conservation element, many of which haven't been attended to or seen any significant updates to since they were either adopted or for quite some time. Any significant work on these comp plan elements is a significant undertaking, and over the last couple decades, the board and county has tended to focus more on community plan updates, except where mandated by the state, and shifting our attention back to the comprehensive plan is always on our radar as something important to get to at some point. So with that, recommended actions are to receive this report on the 24-27 work program, provide direction to staff regarding the work program, and determine that your board's action today are not a project subject to the state CEQA guidelines. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. These different elements that are coming down from the state, these mandates, there is a scope of which these elements can be done, right? There's probably some, like a smaller version, and there's some more comprehensive versions that a county might be able to do, right? I mean, we could spend, 100 hours on one, but, we also, that same element we might spend, a year working on, right? I mean, we have some discretion on how in-depth we want to go with these elements, right?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, sometimes. Some of the state mandates are fairly detailed and prescriptive, like the housing element.
Mm-hmm.
Others, like the open space element, are perhaps a little more nebulous. That's one where we haven't, we do have a mandate to update it. The state law gives some general direction as to what the update should look at and involve. We haven't done much work to look further into that effort yet, just because we haven't initiated it, to see what other what examples or range of examples we have out there, maybe from other jurisdictions who have gone through the process. But that could be one where there's different ways to slice it and to still comply with state law.
Okay. And what benefit does the public see when these elements are in place? Or updated, yeah. And what is somebody out in the audience here, I mean, how is it going to benefit their life? I mean, they're going to, is it more than just something that we're going to stick on a shelf? That we've done a little study session, we looked at a few things, we parked it there for 40 years. I mean, what?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that also depends on the work and on the finished product. Generally speaking, the elements provide an opportunity for the board to share with the community and to help guide future development and growth of the county in a way that you see as appropriate. And so each element fills a little piece of that puzzle, whether it's open space, environmental justice, housing element, conservation element, ag element. They all contribute to what is your vision for the future of this county.
Understand that, but for example, the social justice element, you guys are moving through that process. That's going to somehow give the values of this board to the public and to people who might submit plans, but we actually never discussed it. So that's one of the things that's frustrating about a long-range plan, is that you guys will take an element, you'll have hearings, you'll go to planning commission, and you bring us a finished product, when I thought we were the legislators and that we should be actually feeding into that legislation. And so, that's many of these elements and many of the programs, they're being initiated somewhere else. I mean, this is, I guess, the one time you check in with us and say, hey, we're going to go out and start working on a environmental justice or open space element, but there's been no really meaningful feedback from the people that are actually elected by the voters on what that element looks like. So if these elements are somehow supposed to be the values, when do we get to insert those values?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think it's kind of a mixture of what of both of the things that you're talking about. Like with the environmental justice element, very specific about what we had to do to create that element. And so we did come before the board and let you know that we were going to be following the state guidance, certainly. But I think we do try and bring different programs before the board to scope them, to make sure that they're consistent with what the board is looking for. But I would say, like, the housing element and the environmental justice element, they're so specific that we have to go ahead and follow the state regulations. But something like the open space element, we could certainly come back with a scope and talk to you about what could or could not be included into that document and have you guys give us direction on that.
Right. I think a big part of that also is the hours that are involved. I think actually a better way to do these, the lines of how many FTEs it would take, it probably is hours, right? Because 2,000 hours is one full-time, right? Because we're inserting a lot of different people into that process, and I think that might be easier for us to digest. Also, I know in planning you guys already bill by hour and in other parts of your department, so it might actually make sense for your long-range planning staff to actually start to bill to some of these programs, so you can actually see the progress that's being made and if it's tracking appropriately.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we do record every hour that they spend on these projects, so we have that information.
Great. I would love to see that, and hopefully that's what feeds into that here. So I think that would be easier for the public to understand. So when you come to scope with us, that it's like, hey, this is a 200-hour project, this is a 2,000-hour project.
Sure.
And if you want us to spread it out even more, that's what it's going to look like. I think that's a lot easier for us, potentially, when we move forward with these systems. The other part on here was there's the implementation of the social justice and the housing element. And I'm concerned on what that looks like, because I don't know where, what is that mean? Because that's we obviously have a lot of programs with the housing element. I don't think the board's discussed where we want those programs to be administered through, whether that's going to stay in planning or whether we want it done through community services department or whether we want it done through the CEO's office. So, when does that discussion happen?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, actually in the housing element document, we clarified which department would be responsible for implementing those different action items under the programs. Okay. So the board has already blessed that. So there are just a number of things that the department is responsible for, like working on a new density bonus program to stimulate moderate housing. And then there are items like updating the inclusionary housing ordinance that live with CSD. So we distributed what we could to the other departments where it was appropriate. The environmental justice element is an interesting new element. This is not something we've ever worked on before or had as part of the county, but we've been working closely with the CEO's office and all the other departments on drafting that program, and then you'll have an opportunity to weigh in on who is implementing what when we bring that program to the board.
Okay, I think I have a few more comments, but I'll let other people talk.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. Could you give me a flavor for what you're thinking about for the SGMA in the comprehensive plan update? I saw it in one of your slides.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that's been on as a placeholder for several years. I don't have the language or description in front of me, so that's a bit of a stumper. I think I might have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, yeah. I would be interested because we've got all these groundwater sustainability plans and they're being so I'm just not sure what our role is and would like to understand that better. So,
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think that's a good question because there's only one, maybe a second one that's been completed. It was Cuyama's that was completed, and San Ynez, are you getting close? Is that?
We've had our plans approved.
Approved,
and,
okay.
And we
so
got a $5 million grant now to implement parts of it. So, yeah.
That's great, that's great. So we'll have to look at exactly what role we would be playing with respect to those different plans, and then we can get back to you.
Okay.
Because I think it was on our list before I even came, so I probably would need to dig into it with Alex a bit more.
Great, okay. And then, so this is a 3-year plan, but we look at it every year, right?
Correct.
So the board gave direction to look at cannabis odor control and bring those options back at some point, and we'll make some decisions perhaps. And then so the question is, how would that fit into your long-range plan? I see that you do have cannabis odor, 0.7, but in a long list. So just so I and others understand what the process might be.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Right, so yeah, as you pointed out, we do include it here amongst several other ordinance amendments. Your board has the opportunity to give us some priorities in terms of which of these work efforts you'd like us to focus on or in what particular order. As I mentioned, we're already well underway with SB 9 and telecom facilities, but we haven't initiated any of the other elements or efforts on that list. So, so you have an opportunity to indicate order preference or priorities in that regard. There's also, if you look at these other non-mandated work efforts, if you look at this list, another project that we have not yet reinitiated would be the short-term rentals. So you have opportunity there as well to kind of indicate if you wanted to take something off the list in favor of focusing on a particular work effort, we could do that too.
And I guess this is my final question. Special events, that's I know we've struggled with that a bit in the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and it's it's not the clearest of our ordinances, and I just wonder if you could elaborate a bit more on what work effort would be involved there.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So I think, as you've said, it's been tricky. In fact, our Development Review Division struggles a lot with the different requests because the guidance within our code is fuzzy, I would say, and not as clear about directing what can occur and how long it can occur and how many times a year it can occur. So I imagine that we would work very closely with the Development Review Division in crafting some new standards that would give better direction for how these special events would occur throughout the county. And so, I mean, and get board direction on what it is the board is looking for in terms of, this is one of those things we would bring the scope back for the board so we can get an idea to make sure that we're hitting the mark with with what the board wants to see happening with the different types of special events that we can allow in the community.
This one is really a conundrum because it doesn't feel to many people like it's a fair playing field, or that, anyway, we have a long list, I realize.
Right. And I do want to respond. We do have some information in our board letter on what we would do with the information from the groundwater sustainability plans. We could take some of the programs and policies that are adopted by the GSAs and add them into our comprehensive plan, or take some of that information and update our thresholds that govern groundwater thresholds. So that is really the scope of what we would be doing with the work that's produced by the agencies.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I could see some potential to the integrating Sigma with our planning or with other functions in the county, just in that we now, in Cuyama, we require a lot of things that we didn't used to require. And none of our permitting regime in the county has kept up with, the restrictions that we've had to embrace in Cuyama GSA. I understand that the other groundwater basins are different. They're not in as critical overdraft as Cuyama, but the fact that you could walk into the county and get a non-discretionary well permit for a new well that might not be permissible in the GSA is kind of interesting and problematic, right? And then the other element is there are police powers that the county has that the GSA does not have, and that in some sense it would be good to have the county's police powers back up the GSA's rules to some extent. So I'm not like decided that this is like a must do, but I just see some real potential that shouldn't be ignored, is what I guess what I'm saying. And I think that staff have come back to us enough, as evidenced by it's been 8 years since any of the long-range planning's work product was rejected by the board. None of their work product has been rejected by the board for 8 years. So that indicates that it is at least being gestated in a form palatable by the majority of the board. Whereas before that, you could say that some of that was done in more isolation, as evidenced by the rejection of two big ones. Isla Vista Master Plan and the winery ordinance. And so I think that the department has definitely operated differently since those cases, and the fact that there's been a half dozen controversial items that's come to us and been supported. I just wanted to ask about, since I met with staff, we got the League of Women Voters letter, and I agree that those programs are enormously vital for the success of our housing program. The incentives for locals and the workforce housing study and the county sites were the three things on their letter. And under the status quo, when would those highest priority of the high priority ones come to us? Is there anything in the work program that we could do to make them come faster? Meaning, if we designated some things in this that could wait a little bit, would those come to us faster? And the reason why I think they're so vital is because they're important in terms of making sure that the overall product of the housing element has a higher amount of employee, affordable, and workforce units. Yeah. And so I guess that's my question is should we be designating some things on this list like can wait for next year? Right. So that we make sure we get this ASAP, or can we just say that this is the highest priority of the housing element ones and get it just as fast?
I'll start, and Mr. Tuttle can fill out whatever I missed. But I guess what I would say is that those items that you raised and that are included in the League of Women Voters letter we've observed have been high priorities for the board. And so as we're working on the implementation of the housing element, we have moved up I guess I would say we would put first in line local preference being one of them, and also this goal of trying to stimulate moderate housing that would serve our local employees, a sector of our local employees that are really left out. So those are the two things that we have, I think, put as the top priority, but we are happy to come back if the board wants us to, or if the board wants us to provide additional direction today about which programs ought to be prioritized. We can take that direction now or come back. But I think those two, what I was hearing from the board, were the kind of the most important ones out of the housing element when we came for the adoption.
So if the housing element is the most important thing, and those are the most important things in the most important thing, then you're going to throw staff resources at those first.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct. And we are working with CSD on the workforce housing study as well. We're supporting them.
Great.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, with the chair, just to add, correct, the workforce housing study that is being led by CSD, that's already underway, as you know. We are supporting their work on that and coordinating with them. Local preference also involves coordination amongst the two departments, working together on that effort. And when we took an accounting of the various programs that had a timeline over the next year and a half within our housing element, because if you may recall, we did specify timeframes for each of the programs within the housing element. We looked at those that were must-dos versus must-dos in terms of satisfying state requirements. So there's a couple programs in there tied to that. Most obvious example of that would be the rezones, which we're actively working on. But then there's a handful of others as well. But I think when you look at the 2.5 FTEs that we had roughly estimated for implementing the housing element, the local preference and workforce housing can certainly be pulled in as part of that. And not result in any shakeup or the need for additional resources.
And then just a question to Supervisor Hartman. Is the special events quandary essentially that if it's a nonprofit, you can pretty much do anything for a special event on a ag land, but if it's a for-profit, you basically can't do anything? Is that the essentially quandary?
No, it's more that weddings and other musical concerts are happening sort of ad hoc. Some without permits, some with permits, but it's not. There's not a lot of transparency or clarity, and so we get a lot of complaints, and it's hard to explain to people what exactly is going on.
Got it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. And I think one of the reasons why there's some people that are following the rules and some are not is that the process is difficult to get through. It's complex. And that's what I'm seeing with all these different elements, is that we're actually going to be adding additional layers to a very complex system that we already have in the county. And I'm not convinced that this is going to make it any easier for anybody to do anything in our county. Probably it's going to make it harder. And so,
Can I just ask you something to think about, though? In the two of the cases that they bring up for discretionary things, these are elements that already exist that haven't been updated in decades. Isn't that even more likely to be inconsistent with our policies than an updated one?
I bet you $100 that this
Okay,
this is going to be, whatever document they come back with is going to be a lot more words than the one from before, probably by 2 or 3 times. And all those extra words is going to be additional complexity.
But that's direction that you could make.
Well, that's what I'm trying to make. I mean, that's where I'm trying to make these things simpler, because if you make them simpler and you give a high level of discretion to decision-making bodies and you make it quicker to get through the process, we can get answers and we can get people in the door. We made criminals out of everybody out there in our county because our system is so hard to get through. And that's one of the reasons why we don't have housing. That's one of the reasons why we don't see as much economic development. I think past boards probably did a lot of that on purpose. Our board has been frustrated by it because we want to get things done. I mean, we've been the Get Things Done board, but we are often handcuffed by past generations of boards who had these elements that are very difficult to get through. To get something through, it has to comply with a comprehensive plan. Well, when you have 8 different elements to comprehensive plan, it's really hard to get your project to actually fit each little element. And then if you want to then maybe amend something because we couldn't contemplate in 1980 a use that we might be doing now, you actually have to go get a general plan amendment. A general plan amendments are like a constitutional level of difficulty, cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars in years. And so, long-range planning, I want less planning, I want more doing. And I think that's where this work plan that we have is going to add additional levels of complexity. I like us to see us find ways to streamline these things, all these elements, and then push more of the discretion back on the board. I think, again, past boards didn't want to make these hard decisions. We've not been afraid to make hard decisions. And so throw it our way. Give us a chance to make a vote on it. Get a CUP to us in a couple of months, and we'll give you up and down on things. I don't want to make everything ministerial. I'm against that as a concept, because I think we end up having some really poor uses out there that are now entitled. And, I was talking to somebody about the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and we can't contemplate all the uses that might come out of that or out of the rec master plan. You may have a nudist colony next to a youth camp, and you don't want to have those uses there, but because it might be a ministerial act, we might get some certain things approved that we never got a discretionary opportunity to take a stab at. So, yeah, I'm frustrated with the way we're going about this. I think I'm not encouraged by even the housing element on that implementations. This is the right spot for implementation. I think if we actually want to get these houses built in the next 7 years, I think we're going to have some real challenges to meet the state's numbers the next cycle and be in a bigger hole. So that's kind of my overall talk. One other piece, though, oil and gas, the Ida Wells piece, a lot of that's been preempted by state law now. Is that still really something that we need to have on here?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So The amendments that I think it was EDC that had suggested them, they had more to do with bonding and financial responsibility for the long term.
All that stuff's in state law now.
Yeah, so we could certainly take a look at that. I mean, it's up to the board's discretion whether or not they want to move forward with it. Any changes that we would make to our code would be for future oil and gas permits. So, there's a question of how many of those there will be and sort of what priority that is for the board.
So I would point that one out as we look at some of these items that we get choices for here on the, we have 0.7 for all the things that we might want to do. That might be one that we might want to drop off, especially as this board maybe later this month has a discussion about odor and cannabis. I don't know if the land use code's the right spot to do that. I'm still leaning towards Chapter 50 as being a better solution, but I definitely think we should make sure that as the board continues that conversation, that we have some bandwidth in the long-range plan to address that.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think if we're trying to make things easier, we need to pursue the amendments on things that should be ministerial. I mean, that, I'm hating to navigate to the right of Mr. Nelson on permitting, but it is kind of ridiculous, the amount of processing that we do, and we have a department that's ready to shed some of that, and I think we should support that. And if these folks can't figure out what to shed, then we're in real trouble because we'll never get at it. So I think while we have the brain power and the department of of a lot of institutional memory, we should take advantage of that and jettison some stuff wisely, not wholesale, but wisely. I continue to believe that we have some important priorities on that list, and I guess I support the list. It makes us pretty full up, but the list as recommended by staff, I support.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levin. And just to respond to Supervisor Williams, I know they're trying to shed things through making things more ministerial. I really think we need to shed things by making things more streamlined. We need to improve our processes within the department so that things can get through in a more expeditious fashion so people can get decisions quicker. I don't think the discretionary issue is really the big problem. I mean, it's all the process that leads up to that. You take 3 or 4 years to get to a decision, yeah, that is frustrating. But if you get to a decision in a streamlined fashion, people would be willing to take those risks. And that would also, when it's happens in a quicker fashion, it's a lot cheaper. When we charge $250 an hour for our planning costs, I mean, it's a very expensive bill after a few years. And again, that's why without that certainty, nobody wants to invest in our county to do things, housing, economic development, because the bar is too high. And so if we streamline it, if we really want to see things move forward, it really isn't about making things less discretionary. It's making things move through the system faster.
And I'll make a response. I don't think the goal should be for us to have more discretionary power. We have plenty of discretionary power. That is not what's stopping us from having housing or from economic development. It's certainty that is holding us back, and certainty of the process will not be there when you have a process in this county that's far more discretionary than most counties in the whole state. There are things, some of it is because of the Coastal Act, but there are a massive swath of things that are discretionary that are ministerial in other counties that are discretionary here. And I don't think that's coincidence that our process takes longer and we also have more discretionary things.
Okay. All right. Well, that was some lively discussion. Excellent. All right. Is there any public
debate?
What's that?
Healthy debate.
Healthy debate. I think we're kind of on the same wavelength there. So, any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we did have 2 requests to speak, but I believe we only have 1 request to speak at this time, and that is here in Santa Barbara with Pam Flint-Tambo. Pam?
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. My name is Pam Flint-Tambo, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. The League appreciates that the staff and the board undertake review of the long-range planning work program to make the work of the department clear to the public. We support your staff's recommendation to dedicate 2.5 FTE toward housing element implementation items. The housing element includes 25 programs that need to be implemented by 2031 and is likely to require this level of staffing commitment for years to come. We do suggest that the staff provide more detail regarding the programs that will be implemented over the coming fiscal year, including those to be undertaken by planning and development staff, as well as those assigned to other departments. And according to the housing element, 3 programs are especially important to the League are to be undertaken in this coming fiscal year. And those include Program 12, regarding development of county-owned sites selected as part of the housing element rezone process. Program 21, studying development of a local preference in housing ordinance. And Program 23, the workforce housing study. We request the investigation of options to finance affordable housing included in Program 5 be accelerated. This program is currently slated for January 2026. And given the desperate need for affordable housing and the time involved to develop appropriate funding sources, the League believes this item should be undertaken immediately. So thank you for holding a public hearing on the work program for long-range planning and for the opportunity for us to provide comments. Thanks.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any further deliberation?
Just one other item moving back to the left of Mr. Nelson is on the oil and gas. The reason, despite both myself and Senator Lamone doing legislation on this that increased bonding requirements and increased the amount of idle wells that needed to be properly capped in the state. The state numbers on numbers of idle wells and numbers of abandoned wells continues to skyrocket. And that is a big issue for any oil-producing county, including our own. And the reason why that was the case is that when this was started, there wasn't proper bonding requirements. And Assemblymember Hart is actually doing another bill that's a successor bill to my and Senator Lamone's legislation to try to further tighten it. So I don't necessarily think that we should jettison that one. I can't foresee whether you could say, well, there's never going to be anything more permitted ever in the history of Santa Barbara County. Some people could say that. I don't know that that's actually the case. So, if there is anything where someone has to come in for a permit for existing operations, I do think it's important for us to be vigilant about the dangers of idle wells. If somebody's doing their thing, I don't want to mess with them. But if somebody is leaking methane, yeah, I want to mess with them, right? And so I think thinking about that is still an important job for long-range planning in the county.
Supervisor Nelson.
As the supervisor who probably has more idle wells in his district than anybody else, and probably supervisor that's probably most active actually physically on the ground trying to get idle wells capped and off the books, because I do think that that's something that is a challenge, but it's a challenge when we at the same time are trying to put oil companies out of business. And if we didn't put anyone out of business in the process, then there's, we will have a lot of abandoned wells on the taxpayers' books. And so as much as I understand where some people think that the pendulum was too far in favor of the oil companies years ago, it's swinging so far to the left that it's getting into a place where we are going to have a huge disaster on our hands, but partly one of our own making, because of the pressures that we're continuing and the impediments we're putting on the industry. And we're also, the reason why that number is also going up is because we're changing the definition of what an abandoned well or an idle well is. And even some of the new legislation is if it goes below a certain amount of barrels a day, then that's now considered either an idle well or potentially even abandoned. All these things are getting hit at the state, is my point. Way too aggressive at the state. I don't see the necessity, especially on the bonding, because I actually think you'll find there's actually legislation on requiring additional bonding now. This was initially put on by the EDC prior to even me being on the board, so it's like 4 years ago, as on the long-range planning. So I just think it's been preempted. I know it's on there. Maybe it makes people feel good that it's still on there. It shows that we're fighting the big evil oil companies. But I do think it's not necessary, and that there's measures in place, there's state laws in place to move our oil companies towards addressing some of those liabilities. And again, even as someone who is a supporter of the industry and has a lot of that in my district, I'm out there working on getting abandoned and idle wells cleaned up in my district on a regular basis. So I do understand the community health issue, and it's something that we need to address, but it's not just necessarily by making it harder for people to do business in our county.
Supervisor Hartman.
We now have new satellites that were just launched up that will be monitoring the methane release, and that should give us some really new information that we may want a placeholder here to be able to act locally if we find that we are getting a lot of methane releases, even from some of the abandoned wells in District 1 off the coast. So I would prefer to leave it as a placeholder. Just, I think we'll have significant new information coming soon.
All right. Is there a motion?
I will move A through C.
I'll second.
And I'm assuming staff has, on B, we are providing direction. You've received that? Okay, excellent. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Supervisor
That's clear as
Nelson?
mud.
That is a 3-1. Okay. All right. I think we're done for the day. Oh. Sorry, we had to stop at 3 o'clock, Sheriff. Yeah. All right, that takes us to item 5. Madam Clerk, can you please read it in the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a report on Santa Barbara County overdose data.
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Chair Levanino, members of the board. I'm here today to report a troubling update to the overdose crisis that has been gripping Santa Barbara County and other communities across our nation. During the past 3 years, our community has witnessed a distressing surge in both overdose deaths and in particular those specifically attributed to fentanyl. The Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office and our other dedicated partners in the Department of Behavioral Wellness and in a variety of other organizations, private and public, throughout the county have worked tirelessly to mitigate this crisis through a multifaceted approach. Our collective efforts encompass prevention and education, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement efforts, primarily led by our county's dedicated narcotics team. We have initiated collectively a variety of campaigns that the public has seen in forward-facing endeavors, including One Pill Can Kill, Fentanyl is Forever, and we have initiated Project Opioid Santa Barbara County, an endeavor to bring together leaders from throughout our community in all different disciplines to look at this issue and come up with ideas on how we can address it. Recently, we forged a vital partnership with our public health epidemiology people to conduct some in-depth analysis and identify trends within the overdose data, information that is empowering to us and our partners to mount more targeted responses to the crisis. So let's take a look at the data that we have come up with collectively. Over the past 3 years, overdose deaths in our county have surged by an alarming 51%. In 2021, we mourned 149 lives that were lost to overdose. In 2022, we lost 164 souls. By 2023, this number had soared to a staggering 226. Our county's increase in overdose from 2022 to 2023 was greater than that of San Francisco counties, which has received all kinds of publicity for the open-air drug markets and the issues that they have been having in that city. They experienced a 26% increase. Our county this last year experienced a 37% increase in overdose deaths. Similarly distressing is the trend in fentanyl-related deaths, which have increased collectively over the 3 years by 43%. We observed 78 fentanyl-related fatalities in 2021, climbing to 117 in 2022, before experiencing a slight drop to 112 last year. But unfortunately, as I indicated, the overall overdose death rate has surged due, we believe, in large amount to methamphetamine use, which has accelerated and may be occurring ironically because people are switching to meth due to the widespread messaging of fentanyl's lethality. And sadly, as we have seen, meth can and does kill people just as dead as fentanyl does. An examination of gender demographics reveals that white males aged 35 to 54 are disproportionately affected, comprising the majority of overdose fentanyl-related deaths in our county. Although males exhibit a higher rate of mortality, with a 56% increase over the 3 years, the rate of female deaths has also seen a steady rise, surging by over 40% during that same period. The gender disparity persists in fentanyl-related deaths as well, with males experiencing a 32% increase over the 3 years, compared to a staggering 87% increase in female deaths. While white individuals continue to constitute the majority of overdose deaths in our county, we have also witnessed a notable uptick of 55% among the Hispanic population over the past 3 years, from 46 deaths in 2022 to 76 in 2023. And conversely, our other ethnic groups have experienced relatively consistent and much lower numbers than those two. The trend is mirrored in fentanyl-related deaths, with whites comprising a 50% increase and Hispanics a 57% rise over the same period. When we look at age, those aged 55 and older exhibited higher mortality rates in 2021, but subsequent years have shown a significant shift, with the 35 to 54 group bearing the brunt of fatalities. In 2022, that was 47%. In 2024, it was 42.5%. When it comes to age distribution, those aged 55 and older exhibited, excuse me, I had a double slide there. The pattern persists in fentanyl deaths as well, underscoring the heightened vulnerability of people aged 35 to 54. In 2023, 58 people in this age range died. Geographically, there have been some notable variances in overdose deaths between the North and the South County. In 2021, deaths were almost evenly divided between North and South. In 2022, North County deaths increased by 23%, while South County deaths remained essentially the same. In 2023, however, deaths rose substantially in both areas of the county, up over 20%, 109 in the North County, and up a whopping 63% to 117 in the South County. Fentanyl deaths in North and South County had similar fluctuations, with both North and South experiencing shifts in prevalence. As you can see, fentanyl deaths have doubled their 2021 number in South County from 33 to 66. North County deaths ballooned from 2022, from 45 to 70, but dropped back approximately to their previous 2021 levels in 2023, from 70 to 46. We wanted to break the overdose numbers down into smaller regional locations to see what was happening as well. And while most areas have remained relatively consistent, it's essential to acknowledge the significant decline in overdose-related deaths in the Lompoc Valley, which went from 24.5% increase, the number 40, in 2022 to 13.8%, 31 in 2023. That's the composition of all of the overdose deaths, their percentage. Conversely, certain regions such as Goleta, Isla Vista, and Santa Barbara have witnessed a concerning surge in fentanyl-related fatalities. Goleta, Isla Vista, Santa Barbara area, again, it's a cumulative group that is in those three communities. In 2021 had 31 deaths, 2022 had 46, 2023 had 62. 48% increase from 21 to 22, a 34.7% increase from 2022 to 2023, and a 100% increase from 2021 to 2023. The Lompoc Valley in 2021 had 25 deaths. 2022 they had 32. In 2023 they were down to 14. That's a 28% increase from 21 to 22, a 56% decrease from 2022 to 23, and a 44% decrease from 21 to 23. The Santa Maria Valley in 2021 had 19 deaths. In 2022, they had 34. In 2023, they had 29. Contrary to misconceptions, overdose deaths primarily stem from accidental circumstances. We used to think in the old days of an overdose oftentimes as being synonymous with a suicide. But the reality is intentional suicides only comprise a very minor number of overdose deaths in our county. 4 in 2021, 2 in 2022, and 5 in 2023. That's just 2%, 11 of the 539 deaths that have been that have occurred during the past 3 years. When we look at housing status, our investigations reveal that the majority of overdose death victims were housed individuals, but homeless victims increased by 66%, from 29 in 2021 to 48 in 2023, compared to a 48% increase, 120 to 178 for housed victims. The same trend holds true for fentanyl-related deaths as well. Homeless deaths surged by 90%, while those of housed persons increased by 29%. We looked at previous incarceration status on the victims, and not surprisingly, a significant portion of people who died from overdoses had been previously incarcerated. 70% of a sample group that we looked at of people incarcerated from March to August of 2023 had been previously incarcerated in the Santa Barbara County Jail, including 35% who had been incarcerated within the last year. In summation, most overdose deaths were among males, but with female overdose deaths increasing. The majority of these deaths occurred among persons aged 35 to 54, with a notable decrease observed in the 18 to 34 age range. Additionally, there has been a concerning rise in Hispanic overdoses, highlighting the need for targeted interventions within this demographic. In 2023, we observed an increase in overdose and fentanyl-related deaths in the South County, particularly in areas like Goleta, Isla Vista, and Santa Barbara. Conversely, the Lompoc Valley experienced a significant decrease in fatalities, and notably, unhoused individuals had a higher rate of fentanyl overdose deaths compared to housed individuals. So what are we doing about this problem? Although the Department of Behavioral Wellness and several other local providers are providing a variety of excellent prevention, harm reduction, and treatment programs, and the Sheriff's Office and other law enforcement agencies are doing our best to suppress the illicit flow of illicit narcotics into our communities, we still have an exponential growth in overdose deaths in our county. In response to these alarming trends, the Sheriff's Office initiated Project Opioid in 2022. And as you know, that initiative brought together key leaders from various sectors to learn about the problem and to advocate for more transformative solutions. Project Opioid includes leaders from local government, education, healthcare, treatment community, business community, and the law enforcement community. Our aim is to promote high-level advocacy and influence action that will save lives and transform our community. Strategies for combating overdose are essentially four. To address this, we need an all-systems approach, and we must continue prioritizing prevention and education, enhance harm reduction efforts through initiatives like widespread Narcan distribution, expand treatment programs both inside our custody facilities and in the community, and we need to strengthen enforcement measures against illicit narcotics countywide. As a result of yeoman efforts by many Santa Barbara County agencies and individuals, our community has made commendable strides in prevention and education through initiatives such as the Santa Barbara Opioid Safety Coalition, and a variety of prevention, harm reduction, and treatment programs, primarily from the Department of Behavioral Wellness. Treatment programs in the county are also sponsored by agencies such as Good Samaritan Shelter and the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, as well as in-custody programs such as the Sheriff's Treatment Program and medication-assisted treatment. Harm reduction efforts have also been spearheaded by organizations like the Pacific Pride Foundation and UCSB, which have been instrumental in saving lives and that spurred us in the Sheriff's Office on with our own Narcan distribution program, which has been underway for a number of months now and makes Narcan available to the public at each of our patrol station front desks and in our jail front lobbies. Although our county's prevention, education, harm reduction, and treatment programs are numerous and exemplary, there remains a very critical gap in our enforcement efforts, specifically in specialized narcotic investigations. Over time, significantly reduced resources have eroded law enforcement narcotic investigative efforts. We've seen a severe reduction in dedicated, full-time narcotic investigators in our county. This chart you can see shows that we are down from 27 such full-time investigators in 2007 to just 5 in 2024. While we maintain a strong partnership with our state and federal agencies, they too have suffered a loss of narcotic investigative resources. Additional funding and personnel are desperately needed now to combat this crisis effectively. And as you look at that number up there, the number of narcotics, full-time narcotics investigators that we had in 2007 compared to 2024, think about this. In 2007, we had 33 overdose deaths in our entire county. In 2023, as I mentioned, we had 226 deaths in the county. Despite these challenges, our remaining sole dedicated narcotics team has made some significant seizures and conducted numerous investigations this past year, underscoring the potential impact of what enhanced enforcement measures could look like and could accomplish. In 2023, the Sheriff's Office narcotic team conducted 48 narcotic case investigations related to fentanyl and methamphetamine and seized 7 pounds of fentanyl, 22 pounds of methamphetamine, and 23 firearms. As you look at those stats, bear in mind that 7 pounds of fentanyl is enough for approximately 31,780 doses. Depending on the circumstances, each dose is potentially lethal. For 22 pounds of methamphetamine, which is approximately 100,320 doses, again, each dose is potentially deadly depending on the circumstances of use. Although there is no way of knowing exactly how many lives have been saved by the removal of more than 130,000 doses of these dangerous drugs from our street, it can be safely assumed that scores of lives were actually saved as a result of what was seized. On this last slide in today's presentation, I want to leave you with this thought. Recently, I attended an event at our Santa Barbara County Veterans Memorial Building. This slide shows a photograph of a plaque that is on the front of that building that lists the names of every Santa Barbara County resident who died in the service of our nation, from the Civil War to the present global war on terror. There are 493 names on that plaque. Think about this for a moment. 493 Santa Barbara County residents have died in the last 163 years in all of the wars and all of the conflicts that our nation has been involved in during that period. But in the last 3 years, we in this county have lost 539 lives to drug overdose. Let me say that another way. Our county has lost more people to drug overdose in the last 3 years than in all of our nation's wars and conflicts for the past 163 years. That is tragic, that is horrific, it's unbelievable, and it's unacceptable. We can and we must do more than we are currently doing. As we enter the budget season and you decide on next year's budget, I urge this board to prioritize law enforcement narcotics resources. The Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office urgently requires funding for a second narcotics team to combat the deadly drug scourge that is plaguing our communities. And although we need that full-time and ongoing, I've discussed with our CEO, Mona Miyasato, a possible 3-year funded auxiliary team concept, where perhaps through the use of one-time monies, we could stand up a team for 3 years to take an aggressive approach to trying to drive these numbers down in our community. Perhaps that money could come from the strategic reserve, perhaps from some other idea that you may have. But in the overdose epidemic that we are experiencing, it is essential that we do something. It is estimated that about $3.3 million could fund a 3-year program. And we believe that we could stand up such a team by the end of this fiscal year. Additionally, as you decide on how to allocate the opioid settlement funds and treatment resources, we seek an expansion of our existing medication-assisted treatment program in the jail, and your support for Project Opioid Santa Barbara County to enhance our collective education, prevention, harm reduction, and treatment efforts. I ask you for your bold leadership, for your strategic vision and your political will to elevate this crisis to a top-tier priority to help us reduce the unacceptably high rate of overdose death in our county. Together, let us take decisive action to save lives and protect our community from the devastating impacts of overdose deaths. We can confront this crisis head-on, save lives, and create a safer and healthier Santa Barbara County. I thank you for your attention. I know this is difficult subject matter, but my staff and I are available to address any questions or concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff, for that presentation. Okay. Questions? Supervisor Williams.
Well, I don't really have a question. And this is your stats highlight a real need out there, and you know, anybody who is in any part of America today that doesn't think there's an opioid crisis is kidding themselves, right? There is an opioid crisis. You know, it's different in scales. I mean, you know, I think San Francisco is 357% higher in deaths than we are. If you adjust that by population, then it's a little bit less than that. But it's still a crisis everywhere. But it highlights, I mean, you know, the fact that you've seen those numbers of enforcement teams drop everywhere, regardless of the partisan makeup of the council, regardless of which cities have more money and which ones have less. We confront a fact that I've been, you know, that we both been beating our head against the wall on for many, many years, you longer than me, which is there's not enough money out there to meet the public safety needs that we have. And we just had a report on Poland, and especially right now, people are feeling squeezed in multiple ways, but we've got to somehow make this need real or known enough by the public, because I think we've been kind of fighting over the scraps for 7 years now, and we need to think of larger solutions. And so I guess I wanted to for us to think about in the context of that we have this on the same day as the polling report. Think about, you know, how are we going to put this in terms of a way someday that's not just by piecing together scraps, but by creating longer solutions. And I think maybe we need to take this on tour around the county, because I do think that there's a real need. You know, I've embraced trying to make sure we keep jail population low, mainly to make sure that we have enough resources for proactive policing like this. And so you know, I hope that we can work together, you know, for at least a while to make sure that that need is highlighted to the public, and the connection between that and the fact that the county has the lowest sales tax of any jurisdiction in the county, of all the cities and counties in our county. You know, maybe there's a connection there that we could address some bigger issues in the long run, instead of piecing together one-time monies from scraps to maybe have it for a year or two before it dies out.
You know, Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I get it, and I think that we are trying to do exactly what you suggested. Project Opioid meets monthly. We have a dedicated core group, anytime 15 to 20 noteworthy leaders from throughout our communities that come together and discuss this, have speakers come in, have an engaging discussion about the problem, have a discussion about the balance that's required. We're not going to solve this by arresting our way out of this problem any more than we're going to solve it by preventing our way out of this problem. There has to be a balance between all of the components. And we have seen more interest, I think, in the communities. Just last Monday, Santa Maria sponsored a fentanyl forum that was put on at Allen Hancock College, and which our agency participated in. Had a very, very powerful speaker, a mother who lost her son to fentanyl, speaking about a perspective that you and I can only imagine. There are also, we've made presentations to Isla Vista Safe about this escalating problem that exists and so forth. So we are trying to do that. I know behavioral wellness has done a lot as well in terms of the public campaign messaging. But we need more, and we need to do something about it, and we need to try to get creative about how we can, as you say, stop fighting over the scraps and making it a priority. And, you know, I suppose we could look at it another way. If we knew that an airliner was going to crash next year unless we did something to stop that from happening, we'd be putting all kinds of effort into that. We'd be bringing every expert in aviation available to come, and we'd have the FAA there. We'd have these investigators and technicians and people that would be looking to work to make sure that the engines on those airplanes were going to function properly. I can tell you that unless we do something different, we're going to have horrific numbers. They may not be as high as they were last year, but they're going to be horrifically high. And they're going to have a lot of tragedy that's associated with them for members of this community, for people who we in the sheriff and coroner's bureaus come into contact with all the time, and have to face that and have to deal with that. So again, I don't have all the answers for you. I just know that we could be doing a lot more, and if we had more narcotics investigations going on, we could reduce the amount of this poison that is coming into our county and into our communities, and that would be an element of helping save the lives. We'd still have to be doing all the rest of what we're doing. We still have to work diligently to get people who are addicted to become sober. We still have to educate our young people to make sure that they don't get involved in this terrible, terrible epidemic. And we have to intervene wherever we can, where people are not yet ready for treatment perhaps, but through some mechanisms we can perhaps save their lives temporarily to maybe where they can enter some kind of counseling that will help them in the long run.
Sheriff, I have a question about the slide you had up there about what other jurisdictions. And although we've cut ours in half, at least we still have a bare bones, we still have a team.
Right.
We're the only ones with a team. So what are we doing? I mean, as the sheriff, I'm assuming, I'm sure you're like we are. We don't just get to walk into the city of Santa Maria or Santa Barbara and tell them what to do, but sure. What's your feedback? I'm sure this Project Opioid, you're dealing with other chiefs of police.
Absolutely.
I mean, even if we doubled what we had, you know, we're just the unincorporated area. Like,
Yeah.
Kind of tell me about that.
The numbers, the decline in full-time units and full-time personnel is directly proportionate to the losses that were sustained in the wake of the Great Recession, just as we did. And it's all proportionate, right? We have a department of about 750 people. These other agencies are significantly smaller than that. Some of them are less than 100. Lompoc has about 50, and Guadalupe has about 12. Yeah. And so the ability for them to even staff their most basic law enforcement responsibilities and patrol, takes center stage and becomes the primary thing that they do. And they've had to cut back, and they do. And it's not that the chief, I've had numerous discussions with the chiefs, twisted a lot of arms, tried to get a resurgence of we'll never be able to duplicate what we had with SaberNet, because that was a state-led and funded. The supervisor was funded through the state's Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement, which, by the way, doesn't exist anymore. The state got out of the enforcement business. We'll never be able to duplicate that completely, but they tell me the same thing. They're having the same struggles and the same problems that we are, attracting people to come into and stay in this profession. And their priorities are to address their emergency response and their basic investigation needs. And I do want to qualify the slide. It's not to say that absolutely nothing is going on in some of those other communities. Like Santa Barbara, for example, they do have a team that is kind of a multifunctional team that some of what they do involves narcotic investigation, but they're not a dedicated, sole, exclusive narcotics team. The same has occurred in Santa Maria and other places. I've talked to the chief in Lompoc, whose goal is to re-up their team, which also is a multidisciplinary, a gang and narcotics team. But again, their staffing levels are such that they can't do that, and they can't pitch in even a single body to get into and we have to have the very right, all those stars have to align, right? We have to have all of those committing to give one body to stand up a multidisciplinary team. I think that, you know, we're coming at this from the standpoint that the sheriff has jurisdiction throughout the county. And as the chief law enforcement officer in the county, you know, and as the coroner, who has the responsibility of investigating all of these overdose deaths, that we really need to do something about it unilaterally. And our hope is that we can get past to the, well, they're not paying for this or they're not paying for that, and just say, you know what, it's the right thing to do. We just have to come together. People that live in those cities, they pay taxes that fund the sheriff's office as well. You know, we don't have primary law enforcement responsibilities, but they do pay for funding that that ultimately comes to us in the sheriff's office. And so it's important to recognize our responsibilities to people throughout the county, no matter where they live. I see heads shaking. I'm talking about they pay for funding.
Because we always feel like we're on the short end of that stick.
Yeah,
so.
but I mean, they do. They pay for services that provide, you know, that the coroners function, the courts, the protections that we provide as the sheriff. They don't pay for the primary enforcement, but they do pay for the support level as well.
So would you be at all interested, or is it even a model that has been researched at all, of a kind of a county-wide task force where it's maybe one or two additional sheriff's deputies, but then City of Santa Maria steps up and says, we're going to fund one, and Lompoc funds one, and has that?
I would certainly be interested in that, if and when that can happen. In my discussions with the chiefs, I don't see that happening within the next year.
Okay.
And my thought is that if we don't do something sooner than that, we're going to have a continued exponential growth and or even maintenance of the number of deaths that we have.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you, Sheriff Brown and your staff for now several years trying to focus attention on this issue, and it's really been invaluable. I wanted to, I think you're asking for three things: the opioid settlement money to go for medically assisted treatment in the jail, and given especially that you said many of the deaths could be traced back to people who'd been incarcerated, to me that seems like a high priority. So I'm just putting that out there. I do have a question about Project Opioid and how it relates to the Santa Barbara Opioid Safety Commission. And I think that's, I've never quite understood that, and I don't know if I could hear from you and perhaps from Be Well as well.
Sure. From our perspective, Project Opioid, Santa Barbara County, it wasn't an original idea. I stole it from Seminole County, Florida, and they have 5 different counties now in Florida that have the model. It basically brings the people on that circle together that I mentioned: local government, medical, education, all the others. Brings them together. It also brings law enforcement, and we are there as part of it as well. And it recognizes that enforcement is really a part of the solution to this. It's part of the continuum. The Opioid Safety Coalition was put together, and again, you can probably have John Doyle or
We'll have them right after you.
Tony Navarro maybe talk about it a little bit more in depth. But my understanding is that it was put together to marshal resources so that people would know what services were available in our community. They have a wonderful website that we didn't duplicate. We actually linked to that website on Project Opioid. And they have this, this catalog of services that are available throughout the county on there. And we had limited representation on the group with our behavioral wellness unit, but we didn't have, what wasn't part of it was a real discussion about the enforcement element and its need in the solutions to this overall. And again, I'm not saying that we can solve this problem single-handedly. We have to do it hand in hand with our partners and addressing all of those needs on that continuum.
Director Navarro?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors and County staff. I would like to introduce you to Melissa Wilkins. She is actually our branch chief over our alcohol and drug programs and is actually the leader of the Opioid Safety Coalition.
Hi, thank you. Just to kind of add to what Sheriff Brown has mentioned, the Opioid Safety Coalition initially started, it was a part of a grant-funded project several years ago. Don't quote me on the exact year that it was started, over 5 years ago. It was originally run through a South County coalition, and then we had a separate coalition that was located in North County. When COVID happened, and with the evolution of Zoom and Teams and being able to more easily meet virtually, we actually merged those two groups of individuals so that we have a unified one county approach. So it's now the Santa Barbara County Opioid Safety Coalition. So it was in existence prior to Project Opioid, and very true that it doesn't have the enforcement focus that Project Opioid does have. So we are a group of people that include different sectors of the community, representation, and work on various action items to address promoting safety, including preventing opioid overdose, promoting access to early intervention, treatment, prevention, and outreach services.
So if I might just put this out there, I've attended Project Opioid, and what I understand is that a lot of the people are in both groups. Is the Santa Barbara Opioid Safety Commission against having law enforcement be part of it? Is that not part of the philosophy, or could you, I mean, from my perspective, efficiency rather than duplication, to get as much leverage, to get as much concerted, the same message out there, and using people's time well. So I just wondered about the two groups and whether there's any way to bring them together. And that may be a Director Navarro question as well as a sheriff question.
Law enforcement agencies are always invited. You have the invitation. Yeah. So the invitation is out there, and it's an open invitation. Ours is a much more grassroots approach, I would say, and that originally, and I don't know if this is still the case, when Project Opioid was initiated, it was by invitation only, and very strategically so, which has its benefits, because then you can have very high-level conversation that may not be appropriate at more of a grassroots level. So I would say that's another distinction, is that the Opioid Safety Coalition engages members in the community. First of all, it's open to anyone, and really works with people who are providing those direct services. So maybe not necessarily those who are in leadership positions, but those who are more boots on the ground and working with individuals in various roles.
And Director Navarro, I see you kind of leaning into this one.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate a little bit, probably a little bit more louder and more specifically than Melissa Wilkins, that there is an invitation and that law enforcement is invited to come to the Opioid Safety Coalition on a regular basis. However, enforcement is not the discussion. It's more about treatment and what's available for them to utilize. I don't think there's at all an objection, and I think that from the first meeting, we have been in attendance at Project Opioid and providing support as much as possible. And again, have done presentations at the Opioid Coalition to bring the website forward to those who are not involved in the coalition, to understand how to access care and treatment at those other levels and in those other sectors.
And the distinction between those who offer services versus education and leaders who can get the message out there, do you feel that your Santa Barbara Opioid Safety Commission doesn't do that and Project Opioid does?
I'm going to let Melissa answer that because she actually attends both meetings. So do you think that there's a difference between them?
I know, right? That's a sticky question.
Or how are you bringing them together when you go to your safety coalition from what you get from Opioid Coalition?
Right. So like I said, we have a mix of representation on the Opioid Safety Coalition. We have those who are in direct service positions. We also have individuals who are executive directors of local organizations, directors of treatment, so they are in leadership positions. Our coalition has participated in several learning collaboratives through the state of California. We've applied for several grants, and so we've done a number of actions that have been guided by learning collaborative and subject matter experts at the state level. So I would say that what we have really tried to do is bring that level of expertise to this group and then implement strategic solutions. So whether those people are involved in every coalition meeting or whether it's communicated to the leadership, we try and work strategically to do both to make sure that there's action there.
And public education is also a big overlap for both of yours. Yes. Well, I would like to see more conversation about whether there is an opportunity to collaborate, because the opioid settlement money will be, we want to use it as efficiently as we can. So I would like to explore that rather than hiring a new executive director to do this other. My experience at Project Opioid was really, a lot of it was a clarion call, an alarm bell, and trying to figure out how to alert people to the change in the fentanyl, that it's not prescription drugs.
If I can just sort of re-emphasize that Project Opioid, and again, this is not just our model, this is the Florida model as well, is really aimed at high-level leaders from throughout the community in various disciplines, some of whom may not be represented on the Opioid Safety Coalition.
But they could be. Again, I'm just asking for you to explore whether there might be an opportunity before we have to fund a new position.
But what I was going to say is, I really think that the two groups complement each other very, very well. As I mentioned, we use the wonderful website, the resource website on the Project Opioid website. But I also think that there has been messaging that has gotten out, and there have been benefits to the community that have occurred as a result of Project Opioid, which may not have come about just because it was a different group of people who was gathered and is primarily based, at least with providers and with practitioners and people who are in the trenches doing the work. Whereas Project Opioid was much more in terms of how can we mobilize the rest of the community? How can we get this message out that you were talking about before, Chair Lavagnino, about how can the community at large understand the gravity of this crisis? I mean, it is, when you start to break it down, these analogies of the numbers of people that are dying, it's, and I've said it 20 different ways. It's more than we lose to homicide, suicide, traffic accidents, and accidental deaths of other nature combined in our county. I mean, it is a huge number of people that are dying. And we have to get that message far and wide. And again, I mean, we're certainly always willing to look at options. I don't really believe that there's a duplication of services right now. I think that there are, even though there are people from both that go to both meetings, I think that there are different things going on at some of those meetings.
I think the public relations aspect of it and the larger messaging is something that both of you are working on. And again, if messages are consistent, I think they resonate more with people. So at least some collaboration. I realize you attend both, but I think it could be a little tighter.
Yeah, thank you. And I do see, and I just was mentioning this to Melissa Wilkins, that I do see an opportunity for both groups to come together and bring their action item expertise from the Safety Coalition to Project Opioid and come together on some messaging. And that would be a great place for us to start.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And then about the narcotics team, for me this is a tough one, but I know we're not out there alone. I'm thinking about the current administration and the new agreement with China to stop the precursor chemicals from being imported, to stop pill press equipment from being imported, to work with 100 nations to have a collaborative approach. I guess there's a proposal for $849 million for drug detection technology at the border, $239 million for 1,000 additional Border Patrol officers, $100 million to expand Homeland Security investigations capacity for counter-fentanyl investigations, and $14 million for additional research and development of narcotics detection and forensics. So these are the kinds of things that I think are working at the border, working internationally, which is very, very important, and across nations, which I think is also very important. I understand what you're saying, that that you have overall responsibility for the county, but this is largely an urban problem. And if the cities of Santa Barbara and Santa Maria, that are really suffering the most, can't contribute to this effort, I'm just scratching my head. Why should we be the ones to step up each time? You have my commitment. If they will step up, I will support something. But for us to have to do it by ourselves says to me they don't see it as important a problem as you do. And again, as Supervisor Chair Lavanino pointed out, we do have a team, and we have the cannabis enforcement team, and I think, you know, we're already committing a lot of resources, and we'd like them to ante up as well.
Well, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I would just, I would say this in response. All of the federal level and international level strategy and approaches that you mentioned are either underway or have been for some time or about to become underway. But for all that has been happening with that and in our community, with respect to prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement, all those critical components of the continuum, all the excellent work that has been done and continues to be done, none of that has been enough to slow the curve on this. None of that has been enough to reduce the number. The number is going up, it's not going down. And so what I'm saying is that we need, when we look at harm reduction from the standpoint of we give Narcan to people so that hopefully their lives will be saved, so that maybe another day we'll be able to get them into treatment. Adding an additional team is an exigent undertaking that is the most practical that we can come up with to save lives by reducing the supply in the short term. And all of these other things that are great, that take time, you know, they're wonderful, and they're part of, and we need to keep doing them, but they're not solving the problem. The problem is getting worse. And I can tell you that in my discussions with the chiefs, you know, it's not that they don't want to participate, but, you know, there were police agencies in this county that were down by 25% in their staffing levels. And again, they're smaller agencies than we are, so it's a much more significant impact to those agencies. And as much as they may like to or want to support the endeavor, they can't at the moment. And like I said, it's going to take time. It's not going to happen in that regard within the next year. And do we really want to be standing here in another year looking at the numbers again and lamenting the fact that, you know, we still have 225 plus or minus people dying every year? That's where I'm coming from.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino, and thank you, Sheriff Brown, for bringing this to us, and thank you for including our office in the Project Opioid. I've attended quite a few meetings, and then Lee Collier in my office attends religiously. Obviously a huge issue. It's really impacting, my district. I have had overdoses, I think, at every single one of the high schools in my district. Continues to be a huge problem, and I'm all in favor of additional enforcement. To piggyback on Supervisor Hartman, she said that last year at the budget hearings. I had brought up this issue, and she said, hey, if you can get somebody else, from these other departments, she'd be willing to support it. And so I thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for staying consistent on that, because I do think there's a willingness up here to do that. Couple of questions and issues that I want to address, but one is, I know that the state has moved away from having drug enforcement, but we still have a pretty active DEA, and I know that they've been participants in Project Opioid, and they've said that there's ways for them to bring additional resources to our county. What's the status of that, and are we fully taking advantage of DEA's engagement in Santa Barbara County?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The DEA is a very strong partner with us in terms of not only the enforcement of drug laws, but also in the prevention and education area. They have been, they co-sponsored Fentanyl Family Summit, for example, that we did in Project Opioid that brought together families, members of people who've been lost to this scourge. And they have done this across the country. They are a great partner. But again, they're a relatively small law enforcement agency throughout the nation. And the presence that they have in our county is minimal. It is just the agent that is assigned here, as well as some of the other agents in adjacent counties, work very closely with our narcotics teams. But they have their own caseloads as well, and they have their own challenges with staffing as well. And we can get them some of the time. We just can't get them all of the time to work with us.
So, like I said, I'm generally really supportive of an extra enforcement team. I do think we need to have a resistance there. Our county has invested significantly in treatment and programs and, various approaches to solving this issue, but I do definitely think that enforcement has been someplace that could use more work, especially as that supply just continues to hit our communities. But I do think the 800-pound gorilla, though, in your department, though, is that, we have 100 open positions, and then after this morning, we have probably 110. So, that's still out there. Adding 5 positions is going to be important, but we got to fill the rest of them too. I just think about what if we had all 100 of those positions filled over the last year, maybe these deaths are less. I mean, I know that you're saying that there's this airplane coming, but some of that's already under control.
Let me put that into perspective for you. Okay, we have a significant number of vacancies across the spectrum with our organization.
Sure.
We're an organization of about 750 people,
right?
Of which about 510 are sworn staff, of which 257, I believe, are sheriff's deputies, sworn sheriff's deputies. We only have 16 sheriff's deputy vacancies, I believe, at the moment. And in the last 3 years, we have gone into overhire on our sheriff's deputies. We're not having a problem finding sheriff's deputies. We're at the tail end of our year. All these retirements that you saw this morning, they're just a fraction of the total number of retirements that we've had. We will get back to being fully staffed, and we will be back into overhire again. So the problem that we're experiencing is the custody deputies more significantly than the others. And the support staff are spread across a variety of different. So I am confident when I tell you that we are going to fill those sheriff's deputy positions, and we could stand this team up by the start of the fiscal year.
And I appreciate that. I think, you've got a board that's authorized overhiring, and there's still 16 vacancies, and so that's where.
But again, we just had 17 people retire at the end of the year.
Well, we should have been plus 10 as they retired, because we would have been, this board would have funded those positions, so we could have hit the ground running. We wouldn't have had to wait for them to get through training to get there,
Our people in HR are doing a yeoman's job.
Hey,
they hired over 95 people last year. Okay, yeah. That's a huge number for an organization our size.
Right.
And we have had some significant turnover, and we just have to deal with that. Yeah. That is the reality. But it's not. I would submit to you, it's not a recruitment problem. It's a retention problem, and the retention issues that we've discussed and others need to be addressed as well here. in the long term. And can I just say this? This idea of potentially doing a temporary, an auxiliary team, 3 years, and 3 years is arbitrary. It could be 2 years, perhaps. How about incentivizing that? Telling the cities, look, we're going to stand up a team, but by the end of the first year, we'd like you to kick in a body. And by the end of the second year, we'd like it to be fully staffed and represented. And I will say also, the 5 that we do have, they're not 5 that are completely paid for by the county. The city of Goleta pays for one of those positions. So our contract, and also one of those positions is a federally funded position in the meth grant. So we're actually currently paying for 3, and we get 5. We definitely, however, as you see and understand the scope of this problem, we need more than that.
I don't want my comments about vacancies to take away from the fact that I told you I do support adding another team. So, and I think as we're talking about, budgets where we don't have those funds, and we just had this presentation about the taxes and whatnot, I think it's a prioritization ultimately. We're not going to see any budget additions in this budget cycle from what we understand. So it really means budget cuts somewhere else to fund this program. And I'm absolutely on board to do that. I don't know if there's 3 votes to do that. It's really trying to find where are we not spending funds elsewhere in the county. I could probably, use my line item and find you those dollars, but I don't know if that gets us there. So I think moving forward, you've got my support, but I think that there's a lot of needs out there, and there are going to be a lot of other competing interests in this budget cycle moving forward. And I do think part of the solution is getting fully staffed. And again, I want to reiterate the board's support of that. I know it came up today about dispatch and some of the strategies there. I know that's one of the pinch points in your organization as well. And I think you do have support here to try to bridge some of those gaps and sort of solve some of those problems, as well as potentially add once we get to that place.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to not neglect the personal element. You've had officers from the Carpinteria Bureau come by on my street to save a gentleman's life repeatedly, the same person. And every time, as far as I could tell, they acted with professionalism and grim determination to try this time to make it stick. It turns out after a couple of these, they didn't get there in time. I believe mid last year. But as I've seen them in action on the street, and they keep on trying. And I appreciate that on behalf of my neighborhood and the family members. I'm sure they appreciate that too.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. This obviously not just a Santa Barbara County problem. This is statewide, national, probably international. I don't know if anybody saw the 60 Minutes piece just this last week. It had the president of Mexico on talking about the drug problem and at the border. He had an interesting take on it. He basically said, we don't have, yes, we have the smuggling problem and we have the trafficking problem, but we don't have the problem that you guys have of use. He looked at it as a family unit problem. He was like, you guys have destroyed what your society's fabric is, and now you've turned to drugs and we're supplying them to you. So it was kind of a weird situation, but an interesting take as well. Whatever the issue is, and there's a million different reasons why people turn to drugs, but we definitely have to do our part on our end. So thank you for highlighting it. Those are important people in our community that unfortunately lost their lives, and we're going to do everything in our power to, try to limit that number the best that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe that. Do we have any public comment?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned to tomorrow. I'm sorry. Oh, we need a
I'll
motion for the recommended actions.
Yep, I'll make a motion to receive and file and recommended actions A and B.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Nelson, seconded by Supervisor Williams. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Great. With that, we hit adjournment. We're adjourned to tomorrow, Wednesday, April 3rd at 9 a.m. for a jail healthcare community meeting. It's at Direct Relief in Santa Barbara.